Ahem. Hey, what's up? I just realized that I actually didn't have the right thumbnail. I had a whole bit of thumbnail that I actually forgot to change it because I did it very late at night. Anyway, what's up? And also, let's go like 70 on this. The BGM here is very loud. Wait a second. I just realized something. Are these gates not like actually preventing any sort of movement? Oh no, they're just swirling in red for ambiance, I guess. Yoda. So, I've heard very, very bad things about a couple of the upcoming fights. Namely the bird, the Phoenix one. Like, that it's just kind of orange on orange, and you can barely see what the hell is going on, and it's got a bunch of, like, esoteric-ass mechanics that don't make any damn sense. So I did look up basic fight guides ahead of time, because there's no way in fucking hell that I would have known, like, oh man, if you get the big AoE on you, you have to put it over 2 of the shadows that it spawns. Also, my UI is just a mess for this sort of shit, because we have enemies that are giving, like, random debuffs to people, we got things that have got tells that are only in the attack name, which I'm playing in Japanese, so that's fucking impossible. Nah, the problem with it is that I've got debuffs and buffs on one side. I've got the party stuff on the other. You maybe hide the quests on the side for once, though? I have no idea how to do that, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, genuinely, I do not play this game very much at all. If there are settings to, like, automatically remove your quest list, no idea. Go to the quest log and press the square twice. Oh, see, here's the thing. I don't even remember the keybind for the quest log. Genuinely. I mean, I could just, like, you know, do all this, but... Sure. Gross. There. I cannot overstate that I only play this game for the stream. Anyway. Let us continue. This one I've also heard is a pain in the ass. It's so true. It's so true, David. I genuinely think the Panda Express would have solved all of their problems. But I mean, it would have made a whole set of new problems, but it would have solved their immediate problems, you know what I mean? In honor of that meme that I forgot to change the stream thumbnail to until, like, 2 seconds before I started it, I did have Panda Express today.
極卒にせよ、創造生物にせよ、みんな内部に止まっている想定で、救出方法を考えないといけない、ということか。
And so, honestly, if anything goes wrong in this stream, blame Panda Express. I'm already feeling like it was a bad idea. Okay, can't hear anything from inside. You know, not any of the jailers, not any of the created beings. You know, we have to assume that, like, everybody is still inside, and you know, we gotta think of a way to rescue them.
エリクトニオス、一つ確認したい。君の言葉からすると、救いたいのは、極卒だけでなく、解き放たれた、創造生物たちも含めて、ということでいいのかい？
This guy's name is such a pain in the ass to pronounce. It's like Erikutonios. There's just one thing I want to make sure. You know, based on what you just said, you know, you don't just want to save the other jailers, but also the, like, released, escaped, created life forms, right?
危険な存在と言われているあいつらだが、それでも研究価値があると判断されたからここにいるんだ。この状況でわがままかもしれないが、その研究の火を消したくない。
Okay, so that's the only... he doesn't say, like, I care about them as living beings or anything like that. Nah, he's just like, yeah, they're known to be dangerous, but, you know, even still, they're very valuable as, you know, research subjects. We might be asking too much in a situation like this, but I really don't want to, you know, but I don't want that, you know, he says, like, the you know, like, light of that research to be snuffed out. In English, you'd probably just say, like, I don't want to cut that, you know, research short, whatever you want to say.
パンデモニウムの長官であるラハブレアも配下である君の今の言葉を聞けば喜ぶだろうな。まあ、彼に事態を報告するわけにはいかないのだが。
Man, it's weird how he's saying this as though he's been talking about La Habrea a lot. Like, yeah, I'm sure La Habrea, yeah, the director of Pandæmonium, would be, yeah, incredibly pleased to hear what you just said now. Well, you know, though it's not as though we can really tell him about what's going on.
あの人が喜んでいる姿はなかなか想像しづらいな。
Huh. It's really hard to even imagine them being happy. You know, what they would look like if they were happy. There's some hostility there.
おや、あのか。君はラハブレアと会ったことがあるのかい？彼がパンデモニウムに顔を出すことはほとんどないと聞いたが。
Okay, these are always a pain in the ass when characters in Japanese specifically reference the exact manner in which a character is being addressed. Like, oh, you know, have you actually met La Habrea before? Or they, yeah, very, like, they really never show themselves around here. So, one thing that's, I don't remember if they actually used an explicit gender when referring to La Habrea, because we might be at a point in time far enough back that this La Habrea is a different person than the La Habrea that we're thinking of. I can't remember if they actually used a gendered referent to the current La Habrea. They seem to be skirting around it, to the point where I feel like that might be a thing here. The La Habrea that... It ain't that, don't worry, so I can just say him? Okay. Because that would be a real pain in the ass, right? Like, you can do that very easily in Japanese and have that be like a twist. Because, like, ooh, nobody actually explicitly referenced. So, you know, this La Habrea is a different La Habrea than the one that you're talking about. This La Habrea is a woman. you know, and it's like, oh, we've been talking about La Habrea, but it's not the La Habrea that you know. So I've been very hesitant to say he, because I'm like, they might pull some shit like that. Also, I say that literally looking on screen, not having actually read the line, where it just says Kare. I blame the Panda Express. It literally just says he right there, man. What the fuck am I doing? It just says Kare right there. I just didn't fucking read the line. Lel. Again, Panda Express is to blame.
ちょっとした機会があってな。もっとも、俺が一番世話になったのは、ここ、パンデモニウムの先代長官
Caffeine
の
didn't
方
kick
々
in
だ。
yet? Yeah, baby. It's more that I was already going off on the tangent before I actually, like, really read the line. Where it immediately got resolved. Yeah, this is like, yeah, once or twice. Yeah, though, you know, the person who's helped me out the most around here was the, previous director of Pandæmonium.
パンデモニウムの先代長官、その名もアテナ。もともとはラハブレアインの研究者だった人で、俺を極卒へと登用してくれたのも彼女さ。
And the previous director of Pandæmonium, her name was Athena. She was a La Habrea Institute researcher. She's the one who promoted me to a jailer. Or this is like appointed me as a jailer here.
なるほど、ラハブレアが長官でなかった時代があったのか。しかし、君はラハブレアインのためだけでなく、世話になった先代のため、創造生物たちを守りたいのかい？
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go skim mode on some of these. So it's like, yeah, there's a time when La Habrea themselves when La Habrea wasn't the director. You know, but, like, are you trying to protect the creative life forms, not just for the La Habrea Institute, but for this, you know, Athena person, the
まあ、
previous
そんなところだ。あいにく、その方
Director
法となるとまだ浮かんでいないんだがね。極卒長でもない俺は、檻の魔法も使えないし。
you know, more or less, yeah, but, you know, I really haven't figured out a way to even do that. Yeah, it's like I'm not a warden, so I can't use the caging magic yet.
ああ、檻の魔法について説明してなかったな。あんたとの戦闘で俺が使っていた鎖があるだろう？あれの上位にあたる封印魔法さ。
He's just explaining, yeah, there's I hadn't explained the cage magic, there's the chains I used in the fight with you before. It's, yeah, sealing, protect magic, that's stronger than
い
that.
ずれも創造生物の拘束に用いるんだが、檻は各層を管理する極卒長にのみ使用が許された魔法。俺の魔力量では使いこなすことは難しいだろう。
Okay, cage is stronger, both are used to restrain creatures. Only the wardens can use the cage, he's not strong enough to actually use the cage.
なるほど。当代のラハブレアが考案したという鎖の魔法についての予備知識はあったが。
Why, there's a lot of lines about this. Okay, I knew the basics about the chain spell that were made by the current La Habrea?
創造生物を一時的に封じるのが鎖の魔法だとすれば、その上位版である檻の魔法は周囲の空間ごと創造生物を恒久的に封じる効果があるわけだね。
I think this is the 7th line in a row where they say cage and chain. Kusari o ori. I get it. The chain temporarily restrains created creatures. The cage permanently seals them in space. as well. Yeah, like the thing that is important is that they say that he says that the cage thing grabs the creature and like everything in space around it and seals it. Like permanently. Just kind of grabs a section of space and locks it.
随分と魔法に詳しいようだな。もしかしてあんたなら檻の魔法を使えたりはしないか?
Okay, with the illusions you used before, you seem to know a lot about magic. Were you capable of using, maybe you would be able to use the cage spell? No.
それほどの行為の魔法となると発動するには術式への深い理解が必要となる。
Okay, in order to use something like that, you need to understand the principle of the spell incredibly deeply.
確かに魔法には多少の心得があるつもりだが、現状では極卒長の役目を肩代わりすることは難しいだろう。せめて檻の術式でも分かればいいのだが。
Hang on. Let's count. Let's count here for a second. Let's count. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines so far just about this cage spell. There's been like 2 pages of dialogue just about this one fucking spell. I get it. I get that it's important to set up, but still, like, let's go, okay? I'm quite knowledgeable about magic, but it would be difficult for me to, like, it would be hard for me to, like, take the place of a warden and, like, utilizing the spell. Would be nice if I could at least understand the principle behind this cage spell. That would be wonderful, but he should probably know the basic principle of how it works. Why don't you have him tell you?
ふむ、確かに彼なら同じ系統である鎖の魔法にも精通しているし、当然檻を実際に目にしたこともあるはず。
Am I being fucked with? Is this a prank? Okay. Yes, I know. Kusari. Yes. Okay, he knows. Yes, he's familiar with the chain spell. Also likely have seen the cage spell. Okay, yes.
そうだな。もし君が檻の術式を
Line 11, everybody.
なら、術の発動薬を君が担い、足りない魔力や技術を私が補
Okay,
えば。
if you know how it works and you can like handle the structure of it, while I can supplant the necessary magical power.
俺たちでも檻の魔法を使うことができる?
Wow, so like we're gonna be able to use the cage spell too?
そういうことになるね。ただし、君が檻の術式を少しでも間違えて記憶していれば、この作戦は一瞬でご破産になるが。
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Is this what Dontrell is like? Oh no. Oh no, bros. I had hope, but now that's, if it's anything like this, we're fucked. It's over. This is Dontrell? Oh fuck, oh no. Alright, I mean, good run, everybody. I think I'm gonna end this stream there. No, okay. If you utilize the cage spell, if it's slightly... I'm hard skimming. This will be doomed before it'll... You know, we'll fail before we could ever begin. Whatever you want to say.
任せてくれ。極卒長が檻を生み出すところを何度となく見てきたんだ。
Okay, I've seen the warden make cages time and time again. I can do this. We could do this.
よし、細かい手順はまた後で2人で確認し合おう。方針が決まれば、次は実際にどの
Okay, I'm just hard skimming. Yes, okay, what we're gonna try and use the cage on, that's fine.
できれば、巨所がはっきりしている生物に狙いを絞りたい。
Okay, if we get surrounded by the creatures of limbo and, we don't know what to do, it's gonna be bad, so we should try and find something. We know where it is, that we can test this on.
それ
Okay.
なら、心当たりがある。脱出の間際、ヒッポカムポスという水星の創造生物が地下水路の方へと向かうのを見かけたんだ。
Okay. I saw a hippocampus going to the underground waterway.
地下水路なら
Okay, we're
入り
going
口か
after
らも
something
近
where
い
we
し
know where it
天
is.
国で
That's the
水
first
場を
thing.
好むのもやつくらいだ。あそこなら他の生物の邪魔が入ることはないだろう。
Okay, in the underground in the waterways should be close to the entrance. And in limbo, that's the that's the only thing that would that's aquatic, wants to be in water. Nothing else should show up to interfere.
ならば最初の標的はヒッポカムポスで決まりだ。檻の魔法を使うにも相手を弱らせてから試みたい。そのための戦闘は君に任せていいかい？
Okay, first thing that we're going after is the hippocampus. We need to weaken it first. Okay. There we go.
頼りに
Holy.
しているよ。私たちは勝利の瞬間に檻を発動させられるよう現実の魔法を使い戦いを見ま
Okay, yeah, we'll use the cage when you
衰える
win.
ことを知
Sure.
らぬ生命力の持ち主だ。それに奴の魔力が周囲に影響を与えている可能性もある。地下水路を流れる下水にも注意してくれ。
Yeah, it's like super energetic, enduring. You're saying like it's like borderline unstoppable, right? Like never tires out. Its magical power could be affecting the surrounding environment. Yeah, be careful of the sewage, like the drainage water going through the underground waterways. Okay. That shit could have been like 3 lines. I think you could probably have handled that in like 5. Probably. Holy shit. Okay. I guess it is once again... Oh, hey! I'm not doing the party finder this time. Nice. Did you know that the cage is different from the chains? If only we knew somebody who knew how the cage worked. Wait, we've got the guy right here who knows how the cage works. I've only ever seen the cage. I can't do the cage. We need to find a way to use the cage. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Okay, so this one, from what I remember, is... like, it's got a couple of knockback things. You gotta stand on, like, the drainage grates. Oh yeah, 1111 is the pet party finder code. It's got a thing where, like, the body and the head separate, and I can't remember, like, one of them is a line and the other is like a half. It's like the body is the line and the head is a half-room cleave, right? Or is it the other way around? And I don't fucking remember any of the other mechanics. Yeah, it's... I would say that this is probably not the, the best sequence for illustrating it, because the, man, the writing in that last section was not great, even in the Japanese, but, yeah, for some reason, they're just so obsessed in the English version of this game with changing shit for no reason, and then, like, really sticking to it, even when it eventually results in a plot hole or them needing to completely contradict what they wrote. Like, I saw an interview with Koji Fox recently, somewhere, where he's like, oh, we don't do these, like, big sweeping changes or anything just because we want to. And then he also said, like, oh, I wanted to change everything because I wanted to make it more like Game of Thrones. He's like, oh man, we went way too far with what we did with Uriansha for his character dialogue. Like, he just openly contradicts himself, saying like, oh, we don't change anything. But we totally changed stuff. Like, way too much, haha, as a joke. He doesn't even really seem to realize as he's saying it that he's contradicting himself. But I mean, of course, the biggest, most egregious examples of all of it is the, missing foreshadowing from ARR. Like, and the terminology, right? Like, the usage of the terms. It's not gonna change. Nothing, like, nothing matters with that. People are like, ooh, what's the new localization lead gonna be like? Is it gonna be better? Is it gonna be worse? They're all from the same team. It don't matter. None of it matters. Like, they're all from the same team. It's gonna be the same. You know, they're not suddenly going to make Urangia talk like a reasonable person. They're not suddenly going to change the name of primals to idols or something that's more reasonable. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I don't think I'm really doing particularly much. It's just kind of weird to me that barely anybody who speaks both languages plays the game. Yo, let's go. Okay, yeah, that was the, like, double poke, right?
は、顔と体が別々の方を見せ始めたぞ。あいつ、何をするつもりなんだ?
Okay, so I did understand this. Nice. That is what I was supposed to do. Yay. I probably actually should have used any damage mitigation that I had. Okay, it's just saying go somewhere where you're not going to get hit by the water. That's like, what, raw something? Okay, this is like the double stack meme. I would not have remembered this shit. Otherwise, absolutely. Oh, I mean, I could just stand right here and be fine, right? Yeah. Yay. Eh, this isn't too bad. Huh? Wait, what the fuck's going on? Oh shit. It was like hiding behind the other head. I didn't see it back there. Oh, everybody's eating shit on that one. Oh no, wait, have I just been dropping frames this entire time? Oh damn it, come on. That sucks. YouTube, come on. It's gonna stabilize, like, as the fight is ending. That sucks. Oh, that big rip. It stopped right after I acknowledged it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's just... It's just YouTube. Unfortunately. I'll give it a bit between here to give it, like, you know, hopefully some time to actually stabilize. Well, yeah, it's just, it's up to whether or not YouTube servers want to actually let me stream. Because it is just... Like, my internet upspeed is totally stable. That's not the issue. Okay, let's just chill in here for a second. Maybe there's something I can do. I could try swapping on a VPN server, but that would kick me out of the, game. It looks like we're stable. No. I don't know what you're going to get me to do there, Patch, but I'm not gonna do it. I don't trust you. Oh, that's so that summoner pets don't take up like half the screen? Never mind. Thank you. You know, this is a surprisingly detailed environment for this, though. Like, this is... I gotta give it... I do have to give it to them. This is, like, a very nice... Like, that they modeled that the lighting all the way down that hall and everything is good. So, even if you don't understand Japanese whatsoever, here's... Actually, I want people who can't read any Japanese. What do you think this line is from him? Just based on what we've seen before. Here, let me grab it again. If you guessed that it was him going, huh, so that's the cage, then you'd be right. If you guessed that it was just talking about the fucking cage thing again, you'd be right. Who would have guessed? He's like, huh, so that's the cage. Wow. Yes. You know, we might make it substantially further than I thought we would if we're going, like, full skim mode on all of the dialogue, because it's just them talking about cages.
あんた、ただものじゃないとは思っていたが、ヒッポカムポスを完全に圧倒してみせるとは、 これほど戦闘に熟達したものを見るのは初めてだよ。
Man, so, hold up. This was written by a completely different writer, right? This is not, I'm terrible with names. This isn't Ishikawa. Ishikawa has nothing to do with this. You can tell, like, there's a very sharp change in writing. I would say that it's weird. Everything up until, like, getting down into here was actually very interesting, but then they're like, you know what, maybe I'm talking too much shit. This might be recency bias. I'll let it play out. It's like, yeah, I knew you were something special, but yeah, you like completely overpowered the hippocampus. Never seen anybody as skilled as you.
急増チームとは思えない完璧な成果だ。これもあんたとテミスのおかげだな。
It all went perfectly. It's, hard to believe that we like just teamed up. It's all thanks to you and Temis. Wow. Two of you did most of the work.
正直、俺は魔法に関して全く自信がなくてね。檻を発動させられたことが今でも信じられないよ。
Okay, so we're setting up who Temis could be. He's like, wow, the amount of sheer quantity of magical power, force that you used is unusual. It ain't normal. I'm really not that confident in magic myself. Even now it's hard for me to believe that I actually used a cage.
おや、そうなのかい？その割にはオレオとの戦闘で見せた鎖の魔法は見事なものだったけど。
Wait, really? Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Actually, that's... Oh... You just listed all of the things in the game that I liked the least. That's just like everything, every single segment of the game that I've been the most bothered by. Because Evilise was cool until you get about halfway in. He did whirl it? Okay, so he can do some good shit.
「鎖は俺が唯一得意としている魔法なんだ。あれだけは幼少の頃から長年かけて修行してきたんでね。他の魔法はからきしさ。
I thought people were saying that the person who wrote this one was not Von Viola. I love MTL, man. It's so good. Chain's the only magic I'm really good at. I've been practicing ever since I was a kid. Everything else is, just beyond me.
ここに訪れたのがあんたたちで本当に良かった。これならきっとみんなを救い出せる。
I'm so glad you guys came when you did. Now we'll definitely be able to save everybody. That Karakishi, unless I'm... no, it's more like... Mattaku. It's not Shotto, it's Mattaku da. Or something like that. It's like everything else is just like beyond me, right? Oh, actually, I literally just checked, and the first, like, dictionary definition for it is mattaku. So, okay, I was right. Hey. Uh-oh. Here we go. This is the one that, everybody hates, right? It's like the being created being wrapped in flames. Do I like orange? Not really. No, actually.
さて、ヒッポカムポスの封印に成功したのは幸いだが、内部で極卒たちの姿を確認できなかったのは気がかりだね。
It's good that we were able to seal Hippocampus away. But it's... I'm worried that we didn't see any jailers inside.
変国の極卒長は慎重な人だ。まずは体制を立て直すことを優先させて、極卒皆を奥へと誘導したのかもしれないな。
I mean, honestly, I might have a buff for this considering that I did have orange chicken before stream. So, I mean, that's basically what I'm about to go fight. How do I unsubscribe? There's a little button there. It's, if you've already subscribed, it's the bell. You click the bell and then scroll down to unsubscribe. Thank you, no worries. I think if you actually do that, it will unmod you, though. Which would be funny. This Shinjo is not really just, like, cautious. It's, like, you know, deliberate, but also, like, cautious, I guess. The Warden of Limbo is a very cautious, careful person. Might have prioritized, like, what, leading the, wardens, like, further, or the jailers, you know, deeper inside into Limbo to regroup.
慎重な人か、エリクトニオス、極卒長のことをもう少し教えてくれないか。各層に一人ずついて、檻の魔法を使えることは聞いたが。
Careful person, deliberate. Tonios, could you tell me a little bit more about the warden here? I've heard that there's one, or it's like one person in each level, basically, can use the cage. We're back on the cage thing. I swear to God, if I see cage in parentheses one more time, I'm going to lose it.
変国を率いる極卒長はヘスペロスという創造生物はもちろん俺たち極卒の適性まで把握して的確な人員配置や冷静な判断を下せる有能な方だよ。
Okay, the Warden of Limbo is, Hesperos. He's a very talented, you know, capable individual who, you know, understands both the qualities of the created life forms and the, like, personal capabilities of all of us jailers. He makes, like, very calculated decisions with the staff and, you know, prioritizes calm decision making.
魔法が増えてな俺のことも随分と気にかけてくれた。部下の俺が言うのもなんだが、性格のできた人格者さ。
even though I'm not very good with magic, he really, like, looked out for me. It was kind of like, you know, had my back, supported me. You know, like, saying it, like, as a, you know, a subordinate of his, I'd say, you know, he's a very, like, he's a kind person. This is kind of like, it's not just, like, necessarily kind, but more like, you might just say
極
good
卒長は
person.
檻の魔法だけではなく、創造魔法でパンデモニウム内の環境に干渉することもできる。彼の誘導があれば、極卒も安全に退避できるだろう。
Okay, in addition to being able to use the cage thing, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Capable of utilizing creation magic to manipulate the space, the environment within Pandemonium itself. With him to lead them, I'm sure the jailers will be able to have evacuated safely. Or
環
will
境
be
に
able to
干渉す
evacuate
ることま
safely.
で水路にいたからこそヒッポカムポスは力を発揮できたが、周辺を砂漠にでも作り変えればより簡単に制圧できたはずだ。
Going as far as to manipulate the environment, Hippocampus was able to prove a threat due to it being in a waterway, but like we would have been able to far more easily overpower it if it were in a desert. Like, it's like if we could have transformed the surrounding environment into a desert. Chains and shackles? That's not really... Okay, so the thing with that one, if that's true, that's weird, because... So, the kanji that they're using to put it into chat again, for the millionth time, is this one. Shackle is not really accurate for that, so... The reason why they're using the term cage or cell is because they're describing it as also, like, capturing everything around it. It kind of brings to mind, like, a chunk of space being locked, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna go check the English for that one right now, at least.
それほどの力があるなら、確かに体制の立て直しは難しくないだろう。できるだけ早期に極卒長と合流したいところだね。
If he's capable of that much, then surely, like, regrouping with the rest of the jailers shouldn't have been very difficult for him. I'd like to group up, meet up with him as soon as possible.
ならば、変国の最下層に向かうべきだろう。あそこには隣接する煉獄層に向かう連絡通路がある。
Cell would be fine, more or less. There's only so many things you could do for this. The bigger problem is them not translating the names of the levels right, and them calling these circles when it's not doing a circles of hell thing. They do a 3-act. Or, you know, they do... It's a bit more like Dante's Inferno with the 3-act system than actually doing circles, and so you end up with shit where it's like, oh, the 12th circle. Here. Whereas the Japanese goes 1 through 4 with each of the levels. Yeah, so here are the actual names of the levels here. We should aim for the lowest level of Limbo. There's a passageway leading to Purgatory. It's Limbo, Purgatory, and then I actually checked the last one, and it's Tengoku, which would normally be, you know, that's heaven, but they write it with the kanji for... It's the same Goku that they're using for this to indicate, you know, prison, typically used for, like, hell. So... There's a double meaning there. It wouldn't be paradise. It would be... I had something for it. That was actually, like, good. 1 second. I had something for it that was actually kind of tight. one second. That is actually, like, since the names are being brought up here, I want to find it. I wrote it down somewhere. So, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to play it, but you could potentially... It depends on, like, what the actual story is, but you would want to just get some sort of naming convention that gets across the double meaning of you've got the word, like, heavenly or celestial high, and then a decidedly negative word after, so you could go with something like highest hell, potentially. But I don't know. I would have to actually see what they do. But, here, let me throw the kanji in chat. Because it is cool. It is fun. Yeah, it's this is the final layer. Which, whatever that is, I still don't want to go there. Yeah, Tengoku. God, that's such a sick name.
創造生物を避けるなら煉獄に入るのが一番安全だろうからな。それに極卒長が他の場所に潜んでいたとしても最下層までの道中で合流できるかもしれない。
Yeah, the whole point is that it isn't that. It's pronounced, you know, they're both Tengoku, but, you know, it's pronounced the same way that you would pronounce heaven, but the Goku is like jail, cell, hell. Which is sick. Yeah, if you want to avoid the other created life forms, reaching purgatory would be the best option, safest option. Okay, if the warden is hiding out somewhere else, we should be able to, like, meet up with him on the way.
奥深くまで進む危険を冒すだけの価値はあるということだね。最悪の場合でも煉獄より先の状況確認や応援の要請はできるか。
Okay, yep, so you're saying it's worth the risk to go deeper. Okay, we would want to check out how things are going. I'm mad skimming right now. We can, like, assess the situation, what's going on deeper, and, you know, in that worst case, request backup from the, like, staff in purgatory.
ただし問題もある。煉獄へと向かうには長い回廊を通る必要があるんだが、そこにはおそらくフェネクスが待ち構えているだろう。
Okay, there's a problem. To reach purgatory, you have to pass through a long corridor where the Phoenix is most likely waiting.
フェネクス、聞いたことがある。確か、不死鳥のイデアに至る過程で生まれた、全身に炎をまとった魔鳥だね。
Okay, yeah, Phoenix. The Shicho is the kanji translation of Phoenix. It is like undying bird. Its like entire body is enveloped in flames. It was made... Yeah, it was like born... It was created during the process of like reaching the eventual idea of like the completed Phoenix. This is a problem because they're using katakana for one of them and then kanji for another. This is a pain in the ass. I'm not going to try right now. You might have to go with like Bird of Rebirth or some shit like that. Everybody knows that you mean Phoenix. This is a problem. They can use two different words for Phoenix. But in English, both of those would just kind of be close to Phoenix.
不死鳥のイデア、その名もフェニックス。大いな
Yeah,
る知恵の
okay,
力を
no, yeah,
持
that's
ち、その炎が
Phoenix.
燃え尽きることはないという。我々が想像しうる幻想生物の中でも最上位の存在さ。
Kill me. Okay. Yeah, that the idea, again, this idea is the Platonic concept. It's the Platonic idea. The idea, the undying bird. No, that's It's known as the Phoenix. Okay, has incredibly high healing potential. We all know what a Phoenix is. Okay, amongst all of the, like, created... and, like, what fantastical life forms we've imagined, it's, like, one of the supreme, like, the highest
それ
order.
だけに東大のラハブレアがフェニックスの創造魔法を結実させるまで数多の失敗があった。
Okay. As such, there were many failures until the current La Habrea was able to, like, complete or perfect the concept of the Phoenix.
かつて幻想生物のイデアを作ることに長けた様々な研究者がそれぞれの解放で不死鳥の誕生に挑んだんだ。その一つがフェネクスさ。
Okay, there are various other researchers trying to, like, skilled, deft at developing ideas for, like, these fantastical life forms. It's a weird thing of saying, you know, we're trying to create a phoenix, you know, an undying bird of their own, through their own processes, and one such creation is the phoenix.
けどフェネクスも不死鳥と呼べる存在ではなかった。そして見るものすべてを燃やし尽くそうとする凶暴な性質から最終的にパンデモニウムへと送られたんだ。
Oh, this is such a pain in the ass. It works totally fine in Japanese. It's a bit awkward in Japanese, but it's such a pain in the ass. Because you could just say Fuchichou. Fuchichou just means, yeah, the phoenix is not like a perfected bird of rebirth, you know, undying bird, phoenix. Okay, it's due to its, like, ferocious, wild nature in which it attempts to burn, like, burn to ashes anything it sees. It was sent here to Pandæmonium.
その後も研究は続き、育成層の果て、不死鳥を誕生させるのは不可能だとほとんどの者が諦めていた。唯一ラハブレアインの者たちを除いてね。
Okay, so research continued, and after, you know, many years, most people had given up on the concept of creating a phoenix, except for those of the La Habrea Institute.
そしてラハブレアがフェニックスを生み出したと聞いた時はその偉業に興奮し全身が震えたものさ。ラハブレアインの下部組織に属する君もそうだったろう?
Okay, when I first heard that La Habrea had finally created the Phoenix, I was, you know, I was absolutely thrilled at the news. It was so exciting. You know, as a member of, like, one of the subordinate order, or, like, one of the what's the term for this? I mean, I guess it's just, like, you know, subordinate organization or, like, sub-organization. I guess you would just say sub-organization of the La Habrea Institute. You must have felt the same way too, right? No, he didn't. He didn't give a shit.
ご名答と言いたいところだが、院の研究がどうなろうと、極卒の仕事にはあまり関係なくてね。ラハブレアの偉業を聞いて、どう思ったかは忘れてしまったよ。
You know, this is like, you know, I'd like to say that you know, the same or something like that, but you know, the Institute's research itself doesn't really affect the, you know, job of a jailer like me. You know, as for, like, what I thought when I heard about the great accomplishment of La Habrea, I don't even remember.
とにかく今はフェネクスのことを考えないと。最初に異変が起きた時、混乱の中で俺は奴を見かけた。炎のごときオハが回廊の方に向かっていくのをな。
Okay, for now we just need to like think about how to deal with the Phoenix. I caught sight of it in the chaos when everything first went down. You know, I saw like its tail feathers, you know, like burning like flames heading to the corridor, or like maybe it's like gallery, right? That Kaido could be like gallery or like cloister even potentially.
フェネクスはきっと今もあの周辺をさまよっている。出くわさず回廊を抜けられればそれに越したことはないが、変国で最も厄介な奴を封印できれば今後が有利になるはずだ。
Okay. Man, these lines are long. Surely it must be still, you know, meandering or it is like wandering around there. It's more like roam. It must be like roaming there. You know, if we can make our way through without running into it, well, that would be for the best. But you know, if we could seal away the most dangerous creature in Limbo, that would really give us the upper hand.
ああ、私もその提案に賛成だよ。相手が炎を操るならば、回廊をさまよっているのは好都合だ。ヒッポカムポスのように周囲の環境を利用できないだろうからね。
I agree. If it's like utilizing, if it manipulates wields, flames, you could say, catching it during while it's meandering the corridor would be corridors. I guess it is more like corridors, like close quarter space. Is that to our advantage? It won't be able to use that surroundings to its advantage, like the hippocampus. I think it would. I think being in close proximity to the thing and like an enclosed space would actually make fire much worse. But I'm not entirely sure what they mean by Kaido here. I mean, I guess that they do just mean like corridor. That's one of those ones where I didn't think that that's what they were referring to. I'm like, wait, what it's just gonna be like in a hallway somewhere? Oh, nope. It's outside. Yep, it's flying around. Who is? Oh, hey, it's that guy. He's like turned evil or something. Oh, he can manipulate the environment, so he put us into a spot where it's worse for us.
これは?
That dude, he turned into a Dracula. It's him, Castlevania, yeah. They really hyped up how good of a guy he is, so him turning evil is a very, very big twist. Me, myself, personally, I was not expecting it.
今のは黒幕が空間を作り変えたんだ。おそらくはフェネクスが最大限の力を発揮できる環境に。
黒幕 is such a pain in the ass. That's like the one behind all this, just, you know, remade the environment. You know, creating a space where the Phoenix can operate at maximum power, maximum efficiency. Whoa.
空間を作り変える、それができるのは
remaking space itself, the environment. The only one who could do that is
まずは目の前の脅威、フェネクスへの対処だ。すべてはあの空間で奴を封印してから確認しよ
う。Okay, first things first, we need to, you know, deal with the immediate threat, the Phoenix. You know, after we, you know, seal him away in that space, we'll, you know, deal with the rest. We'll figure everything else out. I am going heavy skim mode. Okay. So. This one's a pain in the ass, right? Like, this one's a massive pain in the ass. From what I have heard. I know about the thing where you need to overlap the AoEs onto the ads that spawn. That one would have gotten me massively. But there is a problem, which is that the boss also has text tells, like tells for the directionality of attacks that are only in the name. Which are a very big problem for me if I'm playing in Japanese. Thankfully, they're usually far, far more readable than they are in English. Like, for example, hold on. I think it was, yeah, Kashitani put, yeah, there's like a hunt NPC or something. In English, the attack names are Wings Breadth Winds or Storm Wall Winds. Whereas in the Japanese, they use the kanji for circle and ring. And so, big surprise, for the one that says circle, it does an AoE circle around it and you gotta walk out. And for the one that says ring, it does one of those donut rings and you walk in. So you just have to see the kanji for ring or circle. So like you can actually read the attack names and know what they do for the most part. Whereas English gets stuck with shit like Wings Breadth Winds and Storm Wall Winds. Which one's which? Go fuck yourself. Yup, time to die. There's no way in hell I'm gonna... There's no way in hell I'm gonna actually remember all the shit I need to do for this one, man. Like, straight up, I'm fucked. I will be happy if I manage to die only, like, once or twice. Doing this is your first Savage's one? Yeah, I can bet. Oh shit. Okay, big circle means walk out? Yes. Big circle means walk out. Many circles means walk in. Don't know what that one is at all. Oh, it's just like raid damage. Alright. I'm desperately just watching out for... Oh shit, I don't have anything for that. I should have put on mitigation. I'm always forgetting to put on mitigation. I'm always forgetting to actually watch my dot. Because I put it into... Okay, Black Flame. Black Flame, this is the thing. Okay, which are the... Okay, I've got the AoE. Okay, so I can get these two. I'm good. Hey, there we go. I did the thing. Okay, left, go right. Scraw. Oh, I really should not have done that. I wasted my fucking MP so hard, bro. Okay, we don't want these circle things to be overlapping. Think we're still good, right? Everybody's doing fine. Everybody's doing alright. Nobody's dying. I'm just gonna slap this down. I don't really know what the fuck's going on. Sure. Uh-oh. That's the thing I don't remember what it does. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is the part I don't remember what it does. Okay, it was just big damage, I guess. Ooh, shit. Oh, wait, fuck. I literally just... that's my bad, my bad. I thought the boss was facing the other way for some reason. I had that, like, split-second moment of, like, wait a second, is it facing forward or backwards? Ooh, shit. Wait, shit, I don't have my... I could have sworn I had that up still. Bro, I am not actually doing appropriate, like, shield upkeep and shit at all. Oh, come on, did I seriously just Fat Finger Benediction? Come on, man. Just rolled my finger on it and wasted fucking Benediction. Okay. Yeah, that's like flaming cross thing. I don't really know how I would translate that attack name, but I'm doing okay. Hey! Oh, yo, what's up, Michael? Nice. That, knowing what I'm supposed to do ahead of time made that not that bad. Just knowing what I am supposed to do ahead of time made that not that bad. But, like, some of those, man... If I didn't know ahead of time, I would have never fucking known. Like, the overlapping the AoE on the ads thing definitely would have got me. I would have thrown. Almost assuredly. I'm definitely not playing optimal, but at least I didn't fuck anything up massively. Yay. Wow, I wonder what these lines are going to be. Are they going to be talking about the whole cage thing again? Nope. Okay, so now we're going to go fight Dracula, right? That's what we're doing here? We're going to go fight Dracula?
FFXIV は無事に封印できた。あとはこの空間の
Okay, we managed to seal the Phoenix, but now we need to deal with, like, this place. Ooh.
創造魔法を用いて回廊の環境を作り変えたんだ。そんなことができる権限を持つということは
he had it's the same, his face didn't even change, man. He had the same beard, he had the same glasses, we all know who it is. They used creation magic to rebuild, reshape the environment in the corridor. Having the power to do such a thing. That's like authority, jurisdiction, but also just power. Wow, it must be the guy that...
いや、 それは本人に聞くべきだな。そこに、いるんだろ
う Like, no, I suppose we should ask the person themselves. You're there, aren't you? Oh, he's there, isn't he?
憎い、憎らしい。
How do they reset the stakes? I have yet to see. Right now, we're just kind of going and dealing with Pandæmonium in the past. And the writing quality took a fucking nosedive. It might get better. It might get better, but... It feels like I just went from playing, like... You know... Like a Nier game or something, straight to Kingdom Hearts. And you don't want to, like, the Nier to Kingdom Hearts pivot is, like, that's rough, man. That's rough. It's called a Song of Fire and Ice, so true. Michael, it's not just me, right? This to me is one of the most obnoxious, like, words and phrases to translate in general. The nikui. Nikurashi. It's like, you know, how... It's almost close to saying, like, oh, how I hate it. Oh, so how I hate it all. Kind of, but, you know, it's not really that. It's not that cheesy, but it's pretty cheesy.
ただの侵入者ではないと思ってはいたが、檻を出現させることすら可能な術師がいたとはな。
I was taking a drink of water when I was like, I saw the fucking cage, in quotes again, and inhaled water. I think a solid 50% of the lines in this raid series have had this word in quotes. Stop. Like, I thought you were, you know, mere intruders, but, you know, to think there was one who could, like, make a cage.
フェネクスも、所詮は、失敗作か。戦いやすい空間へと、環境を作り変えてやったというのに、使い魔程度のエーテルしか持たぬ相手に、ひどい体たらくだ。
I see. So then the Phoenix is a failure as well. I restructured its environment to, like, facilitate its fight, and yet... Like, it could barely, you know, it couldn't even stand up to a... You know, something possessing only the ether of a familiar. Or the ether of a... Wait, did I say that backwards? Ether of a familiar. Not familiar of anything.
黒幕のお出ましだが、どうやら嫌な予感が当たったようだ。
It's like we're finally going to see who's behind this, but... He's finally showed himself. Appears like my fear was correct. Oh, hey, it's Dracula. You know, sold me and I'll never forgive you. Michael, you have to understand that if I reacted to that... Really? That's what we're doing? Fuck you. That is one of the reasons why it is a pain in the ass, though. Like... Nobody who doesn't speak Japanese understands what's being discussed here, and I'm not going to go on a tangent. Shut up. Fuck you, Michael. Japan Day Tripper in chat, for anyone who is not aware, is my brother, who's much better at Japanese than me. Warden. Esperos. You're behind the like assault, the attack on Pandæmonium?
パンデモニウムは、それそのものが、絶対の檻という概念だ。そのイデアに手を出し、内部環境を改変することができるのは、極卒長級の幹部のみだとは思っていたが。
What? Yeah, okay, like, Pandæmonium itself, you know, is the concept of, like, an absolute cage, an inescapable cell. And he's saying, like, only, like, I thought only wardens, you know, people who are, like, wardens would be able to alter the internal environment of such.
本当にあんたなの
Matt.
かならば、なぜこんなことを、それに、その姿は一体
Say that. I mean, I guess, you know, we are just kind of party rocking here. The story has taken a decided backseat. Is that really you? Why would you do such a thing? And why do you look like, you know, why do you look like that? Why are you cosplaying Dracula? Wait, he actually has fangs.
この状況と私の姿から推察の一つや二つ導き出してみてはどうだ
He has actual straight up vampire fangs. Like, come on, man, come on. Why? I mean, I'm assuming there is an actual reason, and I'm not... At this moment in time, I am simply being a hater. You know, take that with a grain of salt. I am very much so sipping on haterade at the moment. It's like, what, are you... Like, what, you would dare to ask such a foolish question? I mean, he does just kind of say, like, hey man, take a look around you, look at me, maybe try and make a guess or two. Like, maybe try and figure it out, bro. He actually basically says that. He says, like, you know, look at this, look around you, look at me. You know, try and reach some, you know, draw some inferences. I was tabbed out, why are we fighting Dracula? Who knows? Yeah, that like short-sightedness, that superficiality of yours. You truly will always be a failure. You know, you're nothing like La Habrea. Okay, so what? This dude is like related to La Habrea or something like that? Is that what we're going with? Like the dude that we're talking to here? The Eriktonios is like related to La Habrea and is being compared to La Habrea and stuff?
Anta エスペロス極卒長なのは間違いないらしい。だが、内面は随分と変貌してしまったようだな。
You really are Warden Esperos, but you know, what's on the inside seems to have changed quite a bit. You know, he's saying he's like a different person. I am not trying anymore.
エスペロス極卒長は、フェネクスはもちろん、 どんな創造生物にも慈しみを持って接していた。その優しさは俺たち極卒相手にも。
And the Hesperos I knew, treated not only the Phoenix, but all created life forms, and all of us, jailers with kindness and compassion.
なあ、それがあんたの本性なのか？
Until
こんな
Lahabra
こと
is
を
on
する
screen,
た
none of
め
this
に
matters.
俺
Skip
た
the
ち
fuck
を
out of it.
欺いていたのか？
Is this who you really are? Was it all just a trick? To like, pull this off?
古城の上澄みだけを見て、水底まで覗き込むことをしない。それこそ、お前が戦慮たる証だよ。
Alright. He is saying, like, looking only at the surface of the water without gazing towards the bottom. It's like proof of how shallow your very way of thinking is. Right? He's doing like a water thing. Haha.
肉体がどう変容しようと、この心に一切のよどみはない。私は落ちこぼれのお前がいつも憎らしかった。
Do you know why a ship floats and a stone does not? The stone didn't lock the fuck in. And no matter how, like, my body changes, my mind remains unsullied. Whatever you want to say. I've always despised you for being a failure.
ラハブレア様の息子でありながら、ろくな
Oh,
魔
hey,
法も
look.
使えぬ、能なしのお前がな。
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's the son of Lahabrea. Wow, we saw that one coming. Yeah, you're the son of Lahabrea, and yet you can't even use, like, proper or worthwhile magic. You utter failure. This is like, you worthless incompetent, or something like that. Bro, you're just gonna let him talk to you like
ラ
that?
ハブレアがなんだ、あんな奴のことなんか。
I'm sorry, bro, you can't just immediately sulk like this. You gotta have some sort of comeback. I mean, ラハブレアがなんだ? It's like, what, La Brea? Like, I'm not. Is he saying, like, who gives a shit about it? Like, who cares about that bastard, son of a bitch? Or does he actually think that La Brea himself did this? No. That's a bit of
お
a
前、
weird
ご
thing.
ときがあの味方の名を捨て呼ぶな。
I'm sorry, what? I mean, that's like, he is just saying, like, someone like you doesn't deserve to say his name, effectively.
愚か者にもわかるように教えてやろう。私は、もはや、人などという不完全な存在ではない。
Oh, we're doing this. We're doing this. Okay. Let me explain it so even a fool like you could understand. Like, I'm no longer an imperfect being. You're a mere human.
創造生物との融合により、半身、すなわち、ヘーミテオスへと昇華を果たしたのだ。
Okay. Like, but through fusion, like fusing with the created life forms, I've become, a demigod. Hemiteos. Hemiteos. He's saying, like, you know, sublimed. Did they just have a bunch of leftover concepts when, I guess we... This is feeling like that. Yeah, this is feeling like that one.
今の私が最もあの味方の役に立てる。そのために
Again, you would go with, like, this, you know, all that I do now is to, like, be of use to him. That is why. You know, to aid him.
お前たちには私の檻に入っていてもらおう。
Okay, he's throwing us in the... Oh, no, he is doing the thing. Oh, I don't like this one. He's just saying, I won't let you. Oh, okay. Okay, he can just do that.
君が浅はかな愚か者と罵ったエリクトニオスはただまっすぐに己が務めを果たそうとしてきた。
He doesn't... That's not... Again, these are not very good comebacks. But that man you called, like, a shallow, thoughtless fool. You don't need to repeat it. Erictonios, you only, like, sought to, like, fulfill his duty, like, with, you know, absolute dedication.
だからこそ彼は鎖に加え檻の魔法についても正確に術式を把握していた。その彼から教えを受ければ術を破るのもたやすいことさ。
Why are we explaining? Yes, we know. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to become the Joker. Okay. He's just saying, oh yeah, he taught me about the whole chain and cage thing, and so now I can get rid of your cage. Sure. Kill me.
俺を一度退いて体勢を立て直そう。ヘスペロスという男、尋常ではない力を感じる。連戦で挑んでいい相手ではない。
Man, I heard Jinzo de Onai, and the only thing I could think of, was a fucking Banjo-Kazooie Jinjo. That is the only thing that came to mind. Yeah, let's fall back for now and regroup. This man, Hesperos. I feel like a immense, strange power from him. No, he's not someone we should fight without arrest. Wah! I cast unregulated Amazon flashlight.
打ち破ってみせた術師、そしてフェネクスを圧倒してみせた使い魔か。やはり警戒の必要があるようだ。
Nah, this is very shonen anime. Honestly. Like a mage magician who was able to recreate the cage, okay, to break through it. A familiar capable of overpowering the Phoenix. You know, it seems there is need for caution.
しかし、焦る必要はない。彼らの目的が創造生物の再封印と同胞の奪還にある。以上、私はただ、天国の採用で待ち構えていればよいだけのこと。
You didn't need to tell us any of this. Okay. Yeah, there's no need for alarm, for panic. They wish to seal away the created creatures and, like, retrieve, recover, save their compatriots, whatever. I simply must, like, await them in the depths of limbo.
待っているぞ、エリクトニオス。落ちこぼれのお前にも、まだ利用価値はあるのだから。
I'll be waiting for you, Erictonios. Like even a failure such as yourself may have some, like, use made of you yet. You know, you might still have some worth. I am definitely being overly negative. Oh, you know what? Thank God. Thank God that line was just ... Okay, what am I doing for this next one? This guy, he's got like a sword thing. There's literally spooky music playing in the background. Look at this shit. This is Kingdom Hearts. The first tier of Pandæmonium sucks. Okay, so this guy, it's like you gotta not... The cape is knockback, sword means go to the sides. He makes zones that do things. Put on Dracula Flow for this boss fight. Actually, I should have Dracula Flow lyrics up. Hold on. I'm not going to actually play them. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I think my favorite Dracula Flow line is... What was it? It's like my... what's the name of the watch? It's like something Peugeot is worth the GDP of Yemen. If this watch breaks, the Forge exchange market will take a, like, 30% hit. People will die. I was flipping bricks for Masamusa before y'all even became a Type 1 civilization. God, that would be a good bit for this. Imagine you queue up into somebody who has a shit ton of chat macros. And it's just all Dracula Flow lines. For this fight specifically. I keep my Glock at the Vatican. You know, it appears my fears were true. You know, that truly the one behind all of this was the Warden.
どうもヘスペロスはエリクトニオスを憎悪しているらしい。それに今の自分が一番ラハブレアの役に立てるのだとそう言っていたが。
Seems that Hesperos truly hates Erictonios. And he said that, like, as he's now, he can be of more use to La Habrea.
エリクトニオスは外に出てからずっとああして立ち尽くしているよ。黒幕の正体はじめ相当な衝撃を受けたことだろうしね。
He's just been standing there like that ever since we came outside. The true identity of the mastermind, the villain behind this all must have truly been a shock to him. Okay, question. Genuine question. At what point in this game, like, playing through normals and stuff, will I ever have to actually use materia for anything? Because I'm trying to go as long as I can without ever having to actually interface with any gear system in this game whatsoever. Never? Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. And the Warden awaits in the... like, the final ballroom, the final hall. These quest names have also been kind of, like, really literal and kind of shit. Needed a stealth soldier. Op was sneak dissing on the gram, turned his city into Pompeii.
できれば今は
God, I'm just gonna imagine every single one of this boss's lines. I'm just going to be imagining a Dracula Flow line. If you have not watched Dracula Flow, like, click off of the stream and go watch Dracula Flow. I'd like to leave him as he is for now, but we really can't stay like this. Let's go talk to Eryktonios.
もちろん彼が黙っていたラハブレアとの関係についてもね。
Yay, yep, his relationship with La Habrea, which you didn't tell us about. Yeah, so your La Habrea is like piece of shit failure son, or something like that.
Ano, 鎖の結界、素晴らしい術式だよ。パンデモニウム設立時にラハブレアが貼ったものらしい。
Why are we still talking about the chain thing? I mean, I'm assuming this is gonna come back and actually mean something in matter later, but they're really... Yeah, the chain barrier is, you know, truly a brilliant spell. Like it was put up by La Habrea when Pandæmonium was established.
俺のつながりといえば、俺が使う鎖と監獄を囲うあの鎖、その程度のものさ。
Okay, so this is why... Okay, but here's... Okay. So the thing that Ishikawa is incredibly good at doing, like, allow me to attempt to make this more positive by instead praising the writing of Endwalker in general in Ishikawa. So, if this was an Ishikawa line, and this is very rude to the actual writers, I'm aware of, I apologize, but this whole chain thing, right? I think if it was an Ishikawa series, she would have used this chain thing, like, once or twice, right? You would have talked about the barrier. You would have said, like, oh, the chain, like, the barrier here, it's the only thing I can use. And you would have mentioned it, like, twice, right? Then, after all of this stuff, you would come back here and he would say a line like this, right? You know, the barrier, these chains were put up by La Habrea when Pandæmonium was established. You know, and those chains are the only connection I have with my father. Right? That's a pretty good line. That's a pretty good through line. Right? You would have had it be a callback. Instead of saying it every single sentence.
やはり君はラハブレアの息子だったのだね。
You don't need this line either! Or you really are La Habrea's son.
魔法も増えてな、落ちこぼれの息子だがね。やはりということは、テミスは感づいていたんだな。
It was, yeah, failure of a son. You can barely use magic. Themis, you must have, you know, noticed it yourself.
東大のラハブレアが生み出した鎖の魔法。あれだけは得意だと、ああも自信を持って言うからには、幼少より陰に属していたか、彼に縁のあるものだろうとね。
Okay. Yeah, the chain spell created by the current La Habrea. You know, since you spoke so proudly about that being your only specialty, you know, I assumed that you were either part of the Institute since you were a child, or you were connected in some way to him.
彼が教えてくれたのは、この魔法だけだったんだ。あとは研究のため、陰にこもりっぱなし。俺を育ててくれたのは、同じく陰の研究者だった母さ。
That spells, that magic's the only thing he taught me. You know, the rest of the time he always, like, yeah, shut himself in the institute doing research. The person who actually raised me was, you know, another researcher at the institute, my mother.
ヒッポカムポスとの戦いに挑む前、君が口にしていたパンデモニウムの初代長官、アテナ。それが君の母上だね。
You don't need to say this explicitly. Okay. What you said before we went into battle with the hippocampus. Athena, the first overseer, or... I mean, I guess you would say, like, director of Pandæmonium. She's your mother, right?
Hontou 本当に怖いくらいお見通しだな。
Yeah, like... So this is the thing, is that I think that this actually, for as negative as I am being, I think that this does serve as a good illustration that I'm not just positive on the Japanese writing just because it's Japanese, right? If I think that a section is not great, I mean, I'll just say it, right? Like, you know, there have been times in the game where the voice acting in the Japanese hasn't been particularly amazing either. And I would like to keep the stream a bit more positive, but man, this is pretty rough. Or rather, I should say this is not my style, you know? Yeah, like, you know, if there's situations like that, I think it is useful in discussing translation to actually point out situations in which you think that the original is not, like, there's writing flaws in the original or something like that. However, that isn't a justification to then rewrite the script in whatever way you want to try and make it better. And that's definitely not something that they've done. They've exclusively done the opposite. Typically, the Japanese script has been very good, and then the English script is read more like this. Also, like, he's saying, like, wow, you really, you know, saw right through me. It's like, wow, it's almost frightening how, like, quick you saw right through it all. No, it's pretty obvious, dude. I think everybody probably could have figured that one out.
その通り、俺は尊敬する母アテナに呼ばれたから、パンデモニウムで働くようになったんだ。決してラハブレアのためではない。
That's right, I started working here at Pandæmonium because, you know, my mother, who I truly respect, asked me to. It was never for La Habrea.
その物言いからして、父であるラハブレアのことは尊敬の対象ではないということかな。しかしなぜラハブレアに長官の地位が移されたんだい?
Okay, from the way you put it, it seems like, you know, your father, La Habrea, isn't someone that you respect. Why was he, like, transferred or appointed as the director of Pandæmonium? Like, why was the director role transferred? Probably because his mother died.
母が死んだからだ。
Wow! Also, wait a second, this feels fairly inconsistent, because people wouldn't really say this in Utopia. Okay, but, so, Otter, the problem with that is that I'm stiffening the dialogue by a good amount as well, just by trying to, like, skim. Don't take, like, I'm doing a rough translation. The less that I care about the script that is currently going on, the more awkward and stilted it's going to come out in English. So, you know, I'm definitely making it sound worse than it is. Just, you know, keep that in mind as well. Yeah, the actual delivery would be much less stilted. You know, like here, you wouldn't just say, like, my mom died. My mother died, right? It's... And so, like, why did your, why was La Habrea appointed director of Pandæmonium? Well, that's because, my mother died. Yeah, like, I'm definitely glossing. For sure I'm glossing. But also using the... My issue with that... My issue with that is that they had established in Endwalker that people in Utopia really didn't use the word die. Like, that was a weird thing. Like, Hermes and Meteon using the word die was considered weird. That's not a thing that you say, they just return to ether. And so for this character to also be saying die, that's a bit strange. Pandæmonium has a different writer? Yeah, I know. But that's what I'm saying, it's like that feels like a bit of an inconsistency. I'm not quite sure if that's an actual inconsistency, or if they're going to actually expound on that later here. You might have a thing here where this Temisu guy is going to say, like, it's weird that you use the word die. Yeah, all that he said was shinda. Like, he didn't say, if she was killed by something, but if I was to take my knowledge of the rest of Utopia from Endwalker, I would assume that was weird. No, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that, because I haven't seen Dawn Trail. And I don't even know if this is an actual inconsistency. They might address it. It just sticks out to me as weird right now. I'm not sure if they'll address it. I'm definitely not making any sweeping claims other than what I personally do or do not enjoy. Yeah, but, the Habrea, just took her place as director, just like that. He says, like, without saying anything, right? But it's really more like, just like that. Like, how could I ever respect someone like that? They actually did address it. See? They did address it. They actually did address it. They specifically bring it up as a strange thing to say. So now my appraisal of this has increased. Yep, okay. Here we go. So, I just checked the English for this. And, surprise, surprise, the English fucked it. The English completely screwed this up. Notice how I immediately saw that this dude used the word shinda. He used the word died. Specifically the word die. And I immediately marked that as weird. That's not something that people in Utopia typically say. And then they explicitly address the usage of the word die, death. Here's the English. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. Didn't say that. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? That's not what he said respect. And I see she is no longer with us, an expression to convey the end of a life. No, they said died. The importance is the specific word die. Saying she's no longer with us could be the same thing as saying return to ether. That could easily, that's a removal. That's removing oneself from the concept of death, from saying the word death. But no, he specifically said die. Yeah, no longer with us wouldn't be a weird expression to him at all. That would probably be something that these guys would say. He's like, oh yeah, he's no longer with us. He returned to ether. That sounds totally fine. Saying she died, that's weird. Hey, you know what? If somebody didn't do their homework on Final Fantasy XIV, it would be the English translators. Again. As usual. Notice that they put it in quotes for them to make it real easy. Shinda. You said she died. Like, that's the term that you use to refer to someone's, like, to the end of one's life. He is specifically calling out that the usage of the word die is weird. And actually, I'm right back to actually being on board with the story now, because I thought that it was odd that this Erikutonios, or however you pronounce, whatever the name actually is, guy used, like, he was using very strangely compassionate language towards the created life forms and stuff. He was saying that they were, like, imprisoned, they had their freedoms taken away from them, and stuff like that. So that in the Japanese, they're actually establishing these characters as having different ways of thinking than the average people in Utopia. Whereas in the English, no, they didn't. So it's really good to see that the translation is still just, like, irredeemable dog shit. That's great, man. I love it.
"私は公の場に立つラハブレアしか知らないが、彼はいかなる時にも冷静に判断を下すことができる人だ。それはきっと時に己の心を殺してでも."
Yeah, I only know La Habrea as, like, as he appears to the public, you know, as the public at large knows him. You know, but he's someone who's known for being able to make, you know, calm and... Shouldn't it be killed instead of died? No. We don't know. He just says that she died. Whether or not she was killed by something, that is not stated in the Japanese. Yeah, they do not state killed. Killed would be... Yeah, we don't know how she died in the Japanese. I kind of assumed that she would have been, like, killed by one of the created beings here, but they don't say that. Because, you know, that would be giving it away. He's always, you know, known for, like, being able to make calm, rational decisions under any circumstances. You know, to do that, sometimes he must... Like, this is like have to put aside his own feelings.
悪いが、母の話はここまでにさせてくれないか？どうしてもラハブレアの憎い面を思い出してしまう。
Damn. Stood up. Yeah, sorry, can we stop talking about my mother? You know, we do, I can't help but, you know, think of this is like, can't help but think of La Habrea's ugly mug. Or like, you know, that bastard's face. He's really laying it in.
わかった。現状を打破するには必要のない話だしね。極卒長、ヘスペロスへの対処を考えよ
う。I understand it. We don't need to... You know, that's besides the point of, you know, how to deal with the current situation. Let's try and think about how we're going to deal with Hesperos.
今回も他の極卒の姿は見つけられなかった。おそらくヘスペロスが極卒長に与えられた権限を行使し、檻で閉じ込めているのだろう。
You know, every time I see the word Ori, I'm just like the enjoyment meter just goes down again. Okay. You didn't find any other jailers. Hesperos is most likely using his power and authority as a warden to place them all within cages, cells.
私たちのことを察知した以上、ヘスペロスも己に最適な環境に作り変えた上で待ち構えているはず。
Okay, now that you know, he's like sensed our, like now that he's aware of our presence or whatever, detected us. Must be lying in wait somewhere, you know, creating an environment to perfectly suit him.
だが我々としても創造生物を一体ずつ相手取るより元凶たるヘスペロスを抑えた方が確実だ。全力をもって討伐を試みよ
う。Well, yeah, but I mean, they specifically didn't do that, right? Like they did that very much on purpose to not do that. Okay, I'm going back to skimming. It's going to be better for us to try and take down Hesperos than all of the created life forms one after another. Yes. Back to skim mode.
なあ、創造生物と融合しているんなら、極卒長を檻の魔法で封印することも不可能じゃないよな。
Huh. Okay, yeah, if he, like, fused himself with a created being, wouldn't it be possible to seal him in a cell cage as well?
理論上は可能だが、まさかこれだけの事態を引き起こした彼を倒すのではなく、封印したいと望むのかい？
It's theoretically possible, but, you know, considering that he's, like, the one responsible for this, do you really want to seal him instead of taking him out? It's more like, you know, kill.
理由を聞きたいんだ。こんなことをしでかした動機は何なのか。
You know, I want to hear from him. Why? You know, why would he do something like this?
ヘスペロス極卒長の言葉を真に受ければ、誰よりもラハブレアに認められようと力を求めて創造生物を解き放ち融合を果たしたってことになる。
Okay, if we take what he said, you know, literally, then like, in order to catch La Habrea's attention, catch his eye, be of use to him, man, I'm skimming super hard. He sought power, tried to make himself stronger, released all of the created life forms, infused himself with them. It's probably like with one at least.
だが、仮にもパンデモニウムはラハブレア本人の管轄下にある施設だろう。そこで暴れることで心象が良くなるとはとても思えなくてな。
Huh? Okay, but yeah, it's like, but you know, Pandæmonium is like under La Habrea's jurisdiction. I can't imagine like Oh yeah, actually you can do something fun with this. It's like, I can't imagine him making a mess of the place would make him happy. Or he like would leave a good impression. Because it is kind of like, hey man, you're kind of fucking up Pandæmonium. Why would La Habrea want you to do that?
その点は同意見だが、相手の目的は不明、かつ地の利も敵にあり、状況は芳しくない。実際に矢面に立つ君は彼の封印を可能だと思うかい？
Pandæmonium is under siege, under lockdown. Even more creatures out in the yard. Pandæmonium really rocks. Fuck. This has been a way more loosey-goosey sort of stream, man. Okay, we still don't know what he's after, you know, what the enemy is after. We've got the home field advantage. Things definitely aren't working out in our favor here. You know, since you're going to be the one actually facing him down, do you really think we'll be able to seal him? I'm sorry, what? Okay, so your options are saying like, oh, do you really think we can do this? Bottom option is, I mean, if we mess up, we can come up with something else. If it doesn't work, we can come up with something else. No, I'm pretty sure if it doesn't work, we'll die. I'm just gonna say, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Worth the try.
全くあっけらかんと、どれほどの修羅場をくぐってきたか知らないが、頼もしいよ。
I'm sorry. This feels like a backhanded compliment here. That isn't actually simple, but like, you know, he's saying like, wow, you know, you're, I guess you would say like real calm and collected. And it's like, I really can't, you know, I don't know what you've been through, but I'm glad you're on our side. You know, something along those lines.
オレオ、ありがとう。
Thank you. Wow.
参考になるかはわからないけど、気づいたことを一つ。極卒長が融合したのは、ブリコラカスという創造生物だと思う。獲物のエーテルを吸収する生物だ。
Okay, so it's just a vampire. Now, I'm not entirely sure if it'll be useful to you or not, but I did, you know, notice something. I believe that the warden fused with a Rikorakasu? Rikorakasu? I hate katakana so much. It's a creature that absorbs the ether of its prey.
それに加え、パンデモニウムの内部環境へと干渉する極卒長の権限を用いて戦闘を有利に進めようとしてくるだろう。不利な状況での戦いになるが、君を信じているよ。
Yeah, that's probably just like an actual Greek term for it. Katakana is a pain in the ass. Katakana is harder to read than kanji. Infinitely harder. Gale will use like his authority as a warden to manipulate the environment to gain an advantage in the fight. Now you're really going to be at a disadvantage in there. But I believe in you. They're telling you about the mechanics. He summoned squares that do things, I believe. I don't like that. I'm not sure how many of these katakana names are them just going to, like, the various translation teams and being like, hey, can you give us like a cool sounding name for vampire or something? And then you end up with whatever these are. I have no idea which is which. But I will say that whoever picked them, I don't like them. I mean, like, Hippocampus is fine. The Phoenix thing was weird, man.
こんな方法で力を得ようとするなんて。
I believe the party finder for this is still code 1111, if anybody else wants to hop in. I have unlocked level 4. But yeah, I mean, I think that the most important thing and the actual hook there for the story, really the entire hook for the story here, in the midst of all of that, was the fact that this dude used the word die. Like, they really hammered home that they do not think that way. I mean, Hermes would probably be very interested that there's another person who actually has even remotely close to the same view as on death as him. You know, that's the thing that is of most interest. And they seriously got rid of it, man. It's the most important line in the entire, like, this entire section of this so far. But yeah, I mean, Hippocampus, yeah, that's just a real-ass thing. Yeah, I mean, hang on, let me check a little bit more of the English or something. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, okay, so that line, like, they completely change Eriktonios' character here. Like, when you're talking about La Habrea, in the Japanese he says, like, hey, can we stop talking about my mother? You know, when we're talking about this, I keep seeing, like, La Habrea's ugly mug, right? Like, I can't help but see his, like, ugly face. Right, he says, like, detestable face, detestable mug, using a bit of a rough, more slangy term for face, right? You know, he's saying, like, just the thought of it, just thinking about his father's face, you know, his visage pisses him off, right? The English line for that was, apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Flavor. Hello? Flavor? Where did it go? Oh, Matt, where you at? I think we're probably just gonna queue up. I don't think we're getting anybody else. Alright, nice. Yeah, like, I will say that as we've been going on, like, the first bit of this was kind of whack, but they've pulled me back in terms of you know, there being an actual hook here, and I do hope that they follow up on it. If the segments after this are more, you know, actual story focused on La Habrea and this dude, then I will be very interested. I just cannot believe that they went with is no longer with us instead of died. Raw. That is ridiculous. Okay. What are the other mechanics I need to know about here? It's like he makes different environments, right? I guess Emmett just fixed that one forever. You know, the whole size differential thing. It is a bit weird that you can just kind of come back here. It's like a 2-minute fight where you mostly stand still. But I mean, it's like each of the different floor tiles does like a different thing, right? And like the electricity, I know the electricity one really can just one-shot your ass if you're not like right in the corner. That's the one I know. I won't do BGM 100, but I'll settle for a BGM 90. Never mind. I'm in. Never mind. Ooh, I'm grooving. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a freak. Slowly faded into darkness, and I'll let the archangels take him. Yeah, I'm going right into this corner, man. I know this one. Oh, that guy's dead as shit. Oh no, apparently not. Decoration. Apparently decoration just means hit you. Is this the knockback one? Yeah. Okay. That's not that bad. Oh, shit. I had no idea what that one was, just by looking at it. I nearly got absolutely rocked by that. I was trying to read the katakana, man. I don't think you want to be on those when they're transitioning, right? Or does it just not matter? Okay, which one's going? Okay, first up is lightning. What, it's like lightning, then knockback? Oh wait, no, it's lightning the poison? Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me get out of the way there. Let me get a res on you. Do I have time for this? Yeah, sure. I can sure cast it. Yeah, we're fine. We're chilling. Let's just benediction you up. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It don't matter. Look, I'm trying to do right. Was that called Blacklight? Oh, this is the you gotta stand in the one that doesn't match your type, right? Man, I haven't used Liturgy of the Bell once. I always just completely forget that it exists, man. I'm not used to using it at all. I shouldn't have even bothered with that. Hey, there we go. No, I should say, I haven't done, like, any level 90 shit, so I just always forget that it even exists as a cooldown. Ah. Yeah, and these when, like, people are just not really getting hit, it doesn't seem to matter that much. Hey, everybody did it. Oh shit! Minion. I don't care about the rest of this. I do not give a shit. I don't want any of this. Get it out of my inventory. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's just a couple of knowledge check insta-kills. But if you know what those are... Like, if you know what the knowledge check insta-kills are, you're not gonna get caught by them. But I mean, for that one, if I didn't know about the cape thing ahead of time, there's no way in hell I would have known that I was supposed to run directly up to it. Because it was gonna be knockback. That shit would have gotten me. Or like the sword thing? No shot. No shot in hell. I would have like run to where everybody else was, but I wouldn't have like known why. Alright, Timus. Let's we need to seal away. Seal up. Esperos. Esperos. Oh, is this a heel turn moment? Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it's the sort of thing where if you play the game enough, you can kind of like get... You can kind of get a feel for what they're gonna probably do, you know? You know, like we were, yesterday, me and the boys were playing GTFO. That game's fantastic. But, you know, there are some moments in that game where it's like, oh, I feel like if we, you know, if we open this door, this is probably gonna trigger a thing. You know, the mission objective here is to plug 5 power cells into a central generator cache, and each generator that we've turned on has lowered the poison fog in the level until it's gone away entirely. I bet the fog is going to come back when we plug in the last one. But those are the sort of things that are just kind of like, you get a feel for the sort of bullshit they're going to pull, right? It's not like you can really say like, oh yes, of course, obviously. It's perfectly clearly telegraphed. It's just kind of like you get a feel for it, right? Like if people got rolled on the level that I'm talking about, R2D1 in GTFO, because it's like, oh, we didn't bring enough fog repellers for that final section because we didn't think the fog would come back, I'd be like, yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, you kind of got chased. Anyway, back to the game. He says, I won't let you. Wah. Oh, he's gonna break the thing by doing nothing.
このような不確かな存在に半身たる私が敗れようとは、やはり最も警戒すべきは貴様であったということか。
Okay, this futashka. Futashka is a bit of an interesting word to use. This is one of those things where in Japanese, I hear futashka, and I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. it means, like, uncertain, right? But in English, you would probably go with something like, for an incomplete, you know, life form like you. To, you know, for a demigod like me to be defeated by, you know, a imperfect or incomplete life form such as you. Well, actually, no, he does say Fitaska because he's referring to you specifically, like, that you're not really even here. Ah, you might just have to use uncertain then. I see, you were the one I should have been the most wary of. Diminished? Maybe. Yeah.
破れはしたが、お前たちの好きにはさせぬ。我が肉体、何より我が心中を暴かせはしない。
Yeah, like, though I was defeated, I will not let you have your way. Yeah, yeah, my body, you know, my mind, like, will not be known to you. You know, he's saying, like, you know, you won't, figure out what's going on here. I'm not gonna let you know what's going on.
まだ抵抗するのかい？オレオとの戦いで限界のようだが。
Ah, you're still fighting back. It seems like you reached your limits in your fight against them.
ああ、だが、やるべきことが残っている。斧が結末は己自身の手で。
Yes, but, you know, there's still, like, that which I must do. Oh, okay, so again, this is them actually referencing the concept of death in Utopia. Like, he says kitsumatsu. He doesn't say, you know, feet or anything like that. Like, my end will be by my own hands. Or something. I'm assuming he's going to, like, you know, what, like, kill himself or something? Yeah. He just says kitsumatsu, he doesn't say she.
ふふふ、なんと嬉しい式、あの方を裏切らず、浸水の中。これこそ、我が望み、我が美しき、才気。
Yeah, I mean, that he just kind of said, like, haha, like, I would never betray them. This is all I ever wanted.
ヘスペロス、バカな人だ。本当、バカですよ。
Okay, the psyche there is... okay, what do I want to go with for that? How do I explain that? Well, no, that's not psyche, that's Saigol. What the fuck? God damn it, man. Saigol. Man, the text-to-speech can really fuck you up. Obviously, that's Saigol. Bro, I've said it before, but this is like, that's that sort of thing where it's like, if you want to really screw with people who are, non-native English speakers for some reason, you know, like, you probably shouldn't, but, Pig Latin is basically incomprehensible to anyone who isn't a native English speaker. Like, just rearranging, letters and shit like that, you know, ciphers and things like that are just ridiculously difficult if you're a non-native speaker. And so, I see those two kanji, like, spread apart, and my brain does not immediately just go, oh yeah, that's Saigol. And then I heard the TTS for it, and I'm like, oh yeah, why did I say Saiki? Saigol. Obviously. But again, he is not using specifically the word death. Right? Like, he's, again, this is a big delineation between these characters. Yeah, it's not... It's not I die with... Wait, no, they have him use the word die? No, you can't. You can't. Wait, in the English he uses the word die? No, 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 no. That's the exact... Wait, okay. No, you... You don't have... Erictonios use the word die, but you have this dude use the word die? No, 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 no. No, yeah, that's real. That's in there. Oh my god. What? Okay, so this actual line is like, yeah, how wonderful. Like, I remain true and loyal. You know, this is all I wanted. The most wonderful end I could have imagined, or something like that. They say end, right? He uses two euphemisms. Or he uses, like, bunch of euphemisms. And then, I mean, of course, Baka is just a pain in the ass. You can't really just go with, like, oh, you idiot. This is more like... These are always very difficult to translate. Because this is both a statement of, like... This is a bit of a, like, you know... bittersweet... Like, it's a somber sort of... statement of this, right? Like... You know, you fool. You really were. You know, you might go with, like, a fool to the end or whatever.
俺のような落ちこぼれにとらわれて、極卒長として変国を立派に統率していたあんたの方がよほどラハブレアの信頼を得ていたはずなのに。
Like, imprisoned, trapped by a failure like me. Like you know, working so... Like, in your dedication to your work as a warden, you know, you must have earned more of, like, La Habre's trust than I ever could have. Something like that. That's very awkward. I'm not... I am not doing as good of a job on that as I could. You know, he's saying, like, oh, you know, La Habre would have preferred you to me.
自己の望みを優先し、それが叶わぬと見るや、志半ばであろうと星に帰ることを選ぶ。こんな終わりもある、ということかな。
All of these lines are so long, man. But this is the interesting thing. Like, again, like, この星の一人としての役割より Davis and these other characters are once again referring to the common sense and general practices of the ancients in Utopia, while also kind of looking in on from the outside. You know, rather than fulfilling his duty as, like, a member, a citizen of this world. Yeah, and see, he doesn't use the word death. He specifically does not use the word death. Like, he valued his own ambitions over his role as a citizen, a member of this world. You know, and when he saw that they would not come true, he chose to return to the world, to the planet. You know, leaving his work unfinished. I suppose there are, like, there are endings such as this. Notice Temisu uses the term 星に帰る. He doesn't say die.
だとしても、せめて、なぜこんなことをしたのかくらい、教えてほしかったよ。
But it's like, that's why, even then, or that's more like even then, I wish he would have told us why he did this.
胸の内に秘めていた、ラハブレアへの浸水。その感情が、肥大化し、息子である君へと、嫉妬や憎悪を募らせた結果、理性を手放し、さらなる力を求めてしまったのかな。
Man, I feel like this line would have been better as just a... no. Just like some sort of like dole kana. Or just anything. Just like, I wonder. Instead of just specifically stating, like, the admiration... It's, like, likely the admiration he held towards... Or the hidden admiration he held towards La Habrea. That grew and grew, and... that grew alongside his hatred and envy of you as his son. He lost his rationality, he lost his mind, and sought even greater power.
誰かを強く憎んでしまうほどの心酔や尊敬。あんたもそういう気持ちに覚えはあるか？
Huh. This is a bit of a weird line. 誰かを強く Okay, yeah, it's like, the sort of, like, intense admiration that leads to, like, the hatred of all others. Like, do you know... Like, do you know what that... Like, do you know of that feeling? You know? You can either say, yeah, I get it, or, even if you understand it, it doesn't make it okay. I mean, nah, I get it.
そうか。俺も受け入れることは到底できないが、心のどこかで共感する部分もあるんだ。
Even though, like, I can't, like, accept it. Somewhere, like, deep down I can, like, I can understand it. It's like, I can sympathize, right?
あの人の言葉こそが、俺を、まさしき方向へと導いてくれる。星の未来のため、あの人が示した道を歩んでいくべきなんだと、そう思える相手が、俺にもいたから。
Okay. This is... Okay. He's saying, like... You would probably have to go with a more vague line in English, saying, like, someone whose... words lead you down the... the right path. Someone to follow for the sake of the future of this world. I understand. I have someone like that too. I'm making it way more awkward than it needs to be. Once you go into skim mode, it's very hard to go out of skim mode.
エスペロスの真意や目的はどうあれ、これで仲間たちと創造生物を救い出せるはずだ。 今は、それを喜ぼう。
You know, basically he was just saying like, oh, you know, he cares very deeply about his mother, so he can understand the idea of somebody also caring very deeply about someone else to the point of it leading them to do things that they might, you know, that other people might see as extreme or beyond comprehension. And whatever Esperos's true, you know, intentions might have been, and we should be able to save, you know, my fellow jailers and the rest of the created life forms. You know, that's something to be proud of.
それなら、私も役に立てると思うよ。
Okay, I think I can be of help on that front as well.
変国ゼミキを追っていたヘスペロスの魔力は消え失せた。今なら、この施設の制御権を掌握することで、元の状態へと戻せるはずだ。
Okay, the magical force of Hesperos that blanketed the entirety of Limbo has vanished, and so now, like, if I seize control of the facility, it's like, what, gain control? It's like gain authority over it. I should be able to return it to the way it used to be.
ここから制御権をあんた、そんなことまで可能なのか
Yeah, seize authority. But from here, like, can you could do that?
この気配はなんだ
What's this? Whoa, there's
エ
something.
リクトニオス、あの先は
Erictonios. What's beyond there?
ああ、変国の下にある煉獄層に通じている。どうかしたのか
Well, that leads to Purgatory, the layer below Limbo. Why? What's wrong?
二人とも警戒を。
Be on your guard.
変国を正常化したことで、ようやく仮想の気配が感知できた。あの先は、まだ。
Okay, like, that is what, just like by normalizing Limbo, I was finally able to sense what's going on in the lower layers. There's more yet to come. There's more. Oh shit. A thing.
煉獄への通路に結界か
Okay, there's a barrier on the path to, yeah, on the road to Purgatory. You see, that's what we call a patch break.
一度、地上へと戻ろう。どうやら認識を改める必要があるようだ。
Okay, this Ninshiki is a bit... let's go back to the surface. It seems like we need to... This is like collect ourselves or reevaluate the
まだ終わって
situation.
などいない。
This isn't over just yet. There's still more in the raid series. The patch isn't ready yet, though. Whoa.
次から次へと、変国だけではなく、煉獄より、先の階層でも、事件が起きているということか
So, okay, I do need to check something really quick, because I'm like 99.99999% sure. that, like, this is, it's limbo and then purgatory, right? Yeah, no, these are just straight up limbo and purgatory. This is as unambiguous as physically possible. What did they go with in the English for this? It's like Asphalodios and Abyssos or something, instead of just limbo, purgatory. Why? Why? You're just mixing up all of the references.
まずは一つ伝えておこう。ヘスペロスは倒したというのに、パンデモニウムに起きている異変は一向に収まっていない。
Yeah, but they're just... So, the Japanese here is, when we get into Purgatory, the next 4 fights are going to be called, like, Purgatory 1 through 4. Whereas the English says, like, Circle 5. Which also fucks up the reference. Okay. First, you know, let me say, like, let me make clear, even though we've taken out, defeated Hesperos, the problems, abnormalities in Pandæmonium, no sign of stopping.
まだ理解が追いついてないんだが、ヘスペロス獄卒長はこの事件の黒幕ではなかったということか?
I still don't really understand all of it. This is like, I still haven't really caught up all this, but does that mean that, you know, Hesperos, the warden, wasn't behind all of it? I mean, it was probably your father. It was probably La
そう
Habrea.
いうことだね。どうやら真の黒幕は煉獄以下の層に潜んでいるらしい。
Unfortunately, that appears to be the case. You know, the true perpetrator of this is, like, what, in the layers below Purgatory?
最初に出会った時、君は錯乱状態だったが、やはりあれも黒幕によるものだったのだろう。相手は随分と精神魔法に長けているようだ。
Yeah, when we first met you, you were in a state of, you know, complete, like, mental disarray. That must have been done by, you know, whoever is behind all of this. The word kuromaku, and, like, it might just be me having a, you know, exaggerated, like, negative association with the word, like, mastermind. You know, it probably would just be better if you said, like, the mastermind behind all of this. But to me, it sounds weird. I think that's just me. They appear quite skilled with, you know, mental manipulation magic.
ヘスペロスもまた魔法的に願望を増幅されていたとすれば、動機と行動が一致していなかった点にも説明がつく。彼がどうやって融合を果たしたのかもね。
Okay, if Hesperos had his own desires magically amplified, that would explain why his, you know, motivations and actions didn't line up. You know, and perhaps, like, how he managed to like, achieve that fusion. Oh.
待ってくれ、融合って、煉獄以下にも多くの獄卒たちと創造生物がいるんだぞ。
Yeah, wait. You know, fusion, there's tons of, you know, jailers and created beings down in, you know, down in, like, Purgatory and below.
君も気づいたようだね。極卒たちは融合体、ヘーミテオスとやらに使う材料としてあえて残されたのだと考えるべきだろう。
I see you, like, I see you have the same idea. Okay. And we should, like, think of the, like, the jailers left behind. Was, like, being purposefully... We should think of the jailers as being purposefully left behind for the sake of creating more, you know, hemitos, or hemiteos. Oh. Oh no.
つまり、仲間たちはみんな、ヘスペロス極卒長のような融合体にされてしまったということか。
They used the JP raid tier names for the normal raid gear in the end? I think so. And then I think that they used I think the, like, higher tier raid names use the raid names that the English used instead of Purgatory and whatever, which is weird. I don't know why you would do that. Don't do that. I think it's most likely a situation where they're like, hey, we want cool katakana names for these, like, for these raid tier things. Oh, you gave us, like, Asphilodos and Abyssos? Cool, we'll use those. Thanks, EN team. Whenever people talk about, like, the EN team getting to contribute to lore, it's basically just they get to name stuff sometimes. Anyway, back to the game. And so that means, like, all of my fellow jailers have been, like, fused. It's like the warden. Just like Esperos.
いや、あれほどの精度で融合させるにはかなり時間がかかるはず。まだ大半の極卒は無事なはずだ。
And no, it would take, you know, an immense amount of time to like, you know, carry out, like, fusions with that level of, like, precision accuracy, I guess. Most of them should still be fine.
だが、あいにく煉獄への道は敵の結界で封鎖されてしまった。まずは結界を調べて侵入の糸口を探らねば。
Unfortunately, the path to Purgatory has been blocked, you know, by a barrier. We need to investigate this barrier and find a way inside.
なら、先ほどの広間で結界を調べる必要があるということか。天国に残る創造生物が邪魔してこないといいが。
Okay, so we need to go back to the hall from earlier and you know, investigate, look at the barrier. I hope the rest of the created life forms limbo don't get in the way.
ここで一つ、朗報も伝えておこうか。幸い、天国の制御権は、まだ私が掌握したままだ。今なら、檻を行使することで、一挙に再封印できるだろ
う。Let's just skim mode reestablished. Good news, I can put everything back in the cages. I've got control of limbo.
本当か。なら、天国の創造生物はみんな、元通り収監できるん
Okay,
だな。
wow, they could be like they were. Back in their
再
cages,
封印後の管理には唯一の極卒である君の力を借りる必要があるけどね。煉獄への侵入方法を発見するまでの間は安全を保てるだろう。
After they're all back, you know, sealed, I'll need your help as last remaining jailer.
しかし、正直言って私もこれほど深刻な事態だとまでは思ってなかった。できる限り私たちだけで解決したいと考えているが。
The situation is worse than I thought. You know, it would be preferable to be able to handle, like, to deal with this ourselves as much as we can, but
ラハブレアに事態を報告するか？
Are you planning on telling La Habrea what's going on? Yeah, do you want to report the situation to La Habrea?
まあ、それも煉獄へと入れるようになってから考えよう。極卒たちの安否や黒幕の正体に迫る情報などを集めてから判断しても遅くはないはずだ。
Yeah, we'll think that over once we're able to enter purgatory. We should still have time to, make a decision after we're, able to ascertain the safety of the jailers and find out who the mastermind behind this all
わかっ
is.
た。俺も仲間や創造生物の被害が増すくらいならラハブレアを呼び寄せた方がはるかにマシだ。
I understand. This is more like, you would probably go with like you're right. It would be better to bring La Habrea in than have more of my friends in the created life forms. You could just say creations, honestly, probably. More of my friends in the creations be hurt. And, it's better. He's willing to swallow his pride a little bit.
それに、他に黒幕がいるとなると、極卒長の浸水や言動が違う意味を持ち始める。不確定要素があるうちは、慎重を期した方がいいだろうからね。
Okay, like if there is another like mastermind at play here, the warden's like devotion and actions would like take on different meaning. It's like it would be in a different context. So long as there remains that which we don't know, it would be best to err on the side of caution.
さて、そういうわけで、私とエリクトニオスは、まだ、パンデモニウムに泊まるよ。ただし、しばらく戦闘の必要はなさそうだ。
This is the wrap-up thing. We're going full skim. We're going to be staying here in Pandæmonium. There's not going to be a fight for a while. There's going to be another
捕虜だ
patch.
けでも、休息を取ってほしい。肉体的な疲労は、
Okay, you should
あん
go
た
get
が
some
一番
rest.
高いだろうからな。テミス。
Yep,
二人のおかげで
this is
今
hard
の
on
成果
both
が
of
ある
you.
んだから
You're the
な。
most tired.
俺にできることなんて、
Okay.
創造生物の管理程度だ。今のうちくらい、俺に仕事を押し
Yeah,
付
it's
けて
nice
休
of
ん
both
で
of
く
you
れ。
that we were able to pull off what we did here today. All I can do is keep watch over the rest of the creations here. I'll take over from here. You should go get some rest. Okay, skim,
おや
skim,
おや、
skim.
随分と自己評価の低いことだね。創造生物に関する知識や檻の魔法の講師、それらの助けは君なくして得られなかったというのに。
Okay, it's like, yeah, well, it's like you have a rather low opinion of yourself, or you might say like you're being rather hard on yourself, aren't you? Your knowledge of the creations and, the utilization of the cage spell, we wouldn't have been able to do any of it without you.
私たちはここに来た経緯も立場も違う。
Spell.
でもだからこそ、それぞれの得意分野を活かしてこれたんだ。誰一人欠けてもパンデモニウムを救うことはできないよ。
We've all come here we each have our own, like, specialties and our own reason for being here. But that's why we need to, like, each do what we can. We won't be able to save Pandæmonium without all of us. Wow. Nah, man. It was
すま
mostly
ない
us, though.
ヘスペロス極卒長の国評が存外答えていたらしい。各々の役割を全力で果たし、内部のみんなを救う。それは、この3人で、だな。
Yeah, sorry, I guess. I really let what Hesperos say get to me. More than it should. We'll each do... we'll each, like, play our part in save everyone in Pandemonium. The three of us.
そ
Yeah.
の通りだとも。さておき、エリクトニオスの提案には、私も賛成だよ。オレオには、確かに休息が必要。
Okay, yep. Go
休み
end
がてら、
quest.
クリス
End
タルを
quest.
君に託した相手へと、中間報告でもしてきてはどうだい？
Well, I don't remember this at all. Oh, okay, yeah, like. Oh yeah, I gotta go back to the present and go talk to the people who gave me the crystal. All right, hang on. Let me just teleport back to the present, right in your face. See ya. I kind of get the feeling that we're not going to get to the next. Are we going to be able to get to the next fight? I don't know. I think it might be a bit. It might be better to not even do it. I don't know. I'd say so. Yeah, we should probably. It would be better if I could get this done in like 2
オレオさん、
streams
お帰りなさい。
rather
過
than
去世界
3.
で何か手がかりを得ることはできましたか？
Oh, welcome back. Did you figure anything out back in the past? There isn't a lot of fluff here, like Eden. Yeah, it seems like there's a reasonably less amount of fluff. But I mean, a lot of that was because all of the conversations between 1 and 3 meant
まさかそ
nothing.
の調査から古の創造生物と戦う羽目になるとは。あなたが無事に帰ってこられて本当に良かった。
Okay, again here, there's a like crisis, pandemonium. I can't imagine. I never imagined you would end up fighting against these creations yourself. I'm glad you made it back safe.
クリスタルが発した警告は事実だったということですか。しかし、こうなると、クリスタルを残した人物の正体と目的が、ますます疑問に思えてきますね。
Okay, so then does that mean that the warning given by the coming from the crystal was true then? You know, that makes the identity and intention of the person who left behind this crystal like all the more unclear.
A、古代人と同時代を生きた者たちなのか、はたまた後の世でパンデモニウムに起きた事件を知り得たものか。結晶に込められた記憶の謎は未だ闇の中です。
Yeah, perhaps they were contemporaries of the ancients, like they lived alongside the ancients. Like, you would say in the same era, right? They lived in the same era as the ancients. Or perhaps they were, people from, like, later generations who learned of the, incident in Pandemonium. And we still have no, information to help solve the mystery of the memories contained within the crystal.
ただ、判明した事実もありますよ。オレオさんが再び過去の事象へと干渉し、かつ何事もなく地続きの未来である現代に帰還したことです。
Okay, however, there is one thing that's, there's one confirmed fact. They once again, interfered with events in the past and, returned safely to the present. With creating with there being, a continuous timeline. There's no
す
ripple
なわち
effect.
パンデモニウムの危機はオレオさんが介入したことを前提に現代への歴史に組み込まれているということになります。
I don't think that this actually makes any sense, but sure. Okay, in other words, the crisis in Pandemonium, including the player characters' intervention with it, is already, established fact in modern history. Oh. That doesn't actually make much sense. But
この
sure.
危機を放置すれば歴史にどんな影響が出るかわかりません。特に未知数なのは黒幕とやらの思惑通り パンデモニウムから危険な創造生物が解き放たれた場合です。
Okay, if this crisis is left unchecked, it would be impossible to predict what effect it would have on history. The greatest factor yet unknown is... We don't want to go into layout. Do it. Okay. I'm assuming that he's saying, like... I'm trying to think here. Okay, I mean, I guess that's just like, you know... Okay. Okay. The first line is connected to the next one. It's like, you know... What would occur, like, what would happen if those creatures were to escape Pandæmonium? You know, what sort of effect would it have on the
これに
future?
より過去の世界に混乱が生じれ
Or
ば
have on
古代
history?
人にさらなる恐怖が刻み込まれるやもしれません。そして恐怖や絶望の感情は終末の獣を強大化させる。
Okay. Like, it could... The chaos could, like, further magnify the terror inflicted upon the ancients. You know, and that fear and despair would empower the like, you know, beast of the apocalypse, the
危機を
beasts of
救
the
わねば、
apocalypse.
古の終末がより規模の大きな最悪と化すかもしれないということでしょうか。まさか現代への歴史が途切れてしまう可能性も。
I don't like that this is where they're going with this. This doesn't really make much sense. And so, like, unless the crisis is averted, the ancient apocalypse could become... Well, it could be even greater than the one that we know. In that case, is it possible that, you know, there would be, like, a diversion or a divergence in history between then and now? Like, the timeline would be severed or something. It
エル
doesn't
プス
make
の
much
未来と
sense.
現代のつながりを断つわけにはいきません。最悪の事態が起こらぬよう、どうか事件を解決まで
Okay, we
導い
can't
て
allow
くださいませんか？
Yeah, we can't allow, like, the connection between Elpis and the present to be severed. Okay, to prevent that, you know, to prevent that worst case scenario, can you please, yeah, take care of it? Sure. Yes. Cool.
ありがとうございます。また、あなたにばかり重責を負わせる私たちをお許しください。こちらもできる限りの助力を行わせていただきますので。
Thank you, and you know, please forgive us for placing so much of this burden onto you. We'll do everything that we can to help you, you know, in whatever way we
そうだ
can.、
例のクリスタルをお返しいただけませんか？事件の舞台はあなただけで向かうことができる場所のようですし、内部に込められた記憶をさらに調査したいのです。
Yes, would you be willing to return the crystal to us? Huh? Wait, what? Okay, yeah, the scene of the crisis is in, like, a place to which only you can visit. And we'd like to, like, look into the memories stay within the crystal more deeply. Okay, yeah, like, nobody else can go to the past. Sure.
はい、確かに過去の世界でも一区切りがついた状況のようですし、我々が研究を行っている間はどうかお休みを。
Okay, he's also just saying take a break.
そうだ。
We're doing our
本格
research.
的に研究を始めるにあたり、もう一人我々の研究に携わる助手を増強したんです。あなたの調査にも関係するのでお伝えしておきますね。
Okay, there's like when we first started our, really started our research, we hired another assistant. Since it's related to your investigation, I'd like to introduce them.
彼女、ミレニーは古今東西の武具を研究しておりまして、もし過去の
Okay,
世界
this is
で
the
有用そうな
armor
物
and
品を見つけ
weapon
たら
dealer.
状
Okay.
態問わず彼女にお持ちください。
Okay. She's researching like the history of weapons and armament. Yeah, if you find anything useful, bring it to her.
研究時に得たつてを活用して、あなたに役立つ装備へと交換や加工をしてもらえるはずです。今後も戦闘は起きるでしょうし。
Okay, that's literally just game text
そ
of
れ
you
と、
can
あ
turn
な
in
たが
armor.
報告してくださった内容は、助手のネムジジさんに全て記録してもらってるんです。確認。
Okay, I'll have Nimishiji will be like record out everything you report. If you have any questions, that's her. So she can give you the recap between patches,
なんだ
right?
か予感があるんです。この研究は私の生涯で最も重大なものになるだろうと。
I have a feeling that this investigation is going to be the most important of my life.
そこにあなたという憧れの存在が手を貸してくれること、これほど幸せで頼もしいことはありません。だからこそ私も全力で研究に打ち込みたいと思います。
And for you to be here to help, I couldn't be happier. He's just saying like I'll fully devote myself to the research. Yeah. It was a nice line. It was a nice line.
判明した事柄があればすぐにお伝えいたしますね。
That's one of those lines that if I wasn't burnt out a little bit here, I would definitely want to spend a little bit more time on, because it was nice. He was given a genuine statement of respect and admiration towards you. Yeah, if we can analyze the memories contained within the crystal, we can definitely, we'll certainly be able to find out useful information relating to the incident in Pandæmonium. If we find anything, we'll tell you immediately. Okay. Wait.
調査へのご協力、誠にありがとうございます。それにしても、報告にあった
Okay.
過去の創造生物、その生態を考え始めると、推論がはかどりますわ。
Okay, the way she talks is fun. Okay, the way she talks is fun, but I am going skim mode right now. Thank you for your cooperation. Suironga. It's like the deductions, just won't stop flowing, haha. Okay, what is the point of me doing this? I mean, I'm assuming I could just tell her
お
about
レ
the
オ
stuff.
様、少しよろしいでしょうか。ご報告いただいた過去の世界での出来事について、
Okay, could you tell me a
クリ
little
ス
bit
タル
about
が
the
発し
past?
た警告の意味、パンデモニウムの結
We just
末、
did this.
そういった今回の事件に関する事象はすべて、いずれクローリエン先生が学会へと報告なさり、そ
Okay,
の
this
時
will
のた
eventually
め、よ
be...
り詳細な記録を残しておきたいのです。具体的には、そう、天国であなたが対面した驚異的存在たちについて、
Okay.
もっともっと、
she said, this is going to be announced to, the academic world at large, so want more detailed information about the things that you faced in Limbo.
ネムジジさん、頼まれた資料を揃えましたが、あれ、本当に全部クリスタルの謎を解明するのに必要なんですか？
No, I got all the materials requested, but is all this... You really need all of this to uncover the mystery of the crystal?
水生生物の生態や各地に残るフェニックス伝承など、 パンデモニウムの創造生物に関連したような論文も含まれてましたけど。
Okay, the ecology of aquatic life forms, Phoenix legends across the world, etc.
創造生物はオレオさんが倒して再封印したんだから、そこまで調べなくてもいいんじゃ。
I took them out and sealed them. There's no, need to look into them that deeply. This is just kind of a hobby then.
そんなことはありません。遥か古の時代、この世界に存在した創造生物を現代の研究者視点で調査することには
I
大変
regret
な意
selecting
義があ
this.
ります。
Well, no, that's not the case. Like learning more about the ancient creatures that once existed in this world is, like from the perspective of a modern researcher, holds tremendous significance.
私としてもとっても気になりますし、
Okay, that is fun. I mean, as for me, I'm very interested.
やっぱり個人的興味じゃないですか。全くの無関係ではないので、論文も揃いましたけど、今度から資料集めは自分でお願いしますよ。
And so this really was just for, personal interest. I mean, it's not entirely off topic. I did, so, you can have these for now, but from now on, if you want any reference materials, you'll have to get them yourself. If you want to get any, like,
話を
documents,
元に戻
books,
しまし
right?
ょう。驚異的存在との戦いについて教えてくださいますか？
Alright, so, yeah, back to what we were talking about.
あ、エ
Okay,
リ
can you
クト
tell
ニオ
me?
スさんが魔法により変化した異形の姿やヘミテオスと化した極卒長のお話もお願いします。
Okay, yeah, this is very long. Holy shit, I very much regret this. Okay, yeah, thank God it's just a fade out.
ふむふむ、貴重なお話をありがとうございました。実際の存在をこの目で見られないのは残念ですが、なるべく詳細な記録を作れるよう励みたいと思います。
Yeah, it's a shame that I won't be able to see them myself, but I'll try and make as detailed of notes as I can.
そうですわ。創造生物の生態について簡単な推論も添えて一緒に記録に残しておくと参考になるかもしれませんね。
Oh no, 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 no. Okay, it might be useful to record all of the information regarding, the ecology of these creations, together with some logical deductions, simple
例えば、
deductions.
現代の水生生物の中には成長後は幼生期の数十倍になる生物がいます。
Okay, yeah, for example, even among modern aquatic organisms, there are species that grow dozens of times their larval size after reaching adulthood.
もしかしたらオレオ様が遭遇したヒッポカムポスもまだ幼体で数十倍の大きさに。
Okay, she's just having fun with this. Maybe the hippocampus you fought was still young and could have, had room to grow several, dozen times its size.
あら、そんなに驚かれるとは。創造生物は成長するのかという別の疑問もありますし、これはいささか飛躍しすぎた推論でしたね。
Okay. I didn't expect you to be so shocked. Well, there is the separate question of whether created, beings' creations grow to begin with. That was a bit of a wild leap of reasoning.
しかし、想像力とは無限大であるとも思うのです。実証されるまで全ての推論には可能性がある。ああ、とめどなくインスピレーションが湧いてきました。
Okay, so she's just gonna make a bunch of shit up and go full cryptozoology. Imagination is boundless. until proven otherwise, all speculation holds potential. Oh, the endless inspiration. This is the Savage unlock character? Okay, that's fun. Yeah, you could just say, like, should you really be writing down, like, textbooks just full of insane rambling? It's not really insane rambling, but, delusions. She's gonna write all history stories about how the fight would have went. That is fun.
ふふふ、推論が書かれた部分には、検証中とでも注釈を入れておけばいいのです。さあ、俺を様も広げましょう。
Okay.
想像の翼を。
Unverified. Amazing. We'll just need to add a note, under the section saying currently unverified. Or awaiting verification, you would probably say. He's just saying, like, oh, let's let our imaginations run wild. Yay. Okay, so that's fun. That is fun. So I don't need to talk to her at all then, if I'm not doing that. But that is fun. You know what, let's see, what do we got here? How do these... that is kind of nice, honestly, the fit. Ah, damn, that is actually kind of nice. Maybe I should have grabbed some of these. But these aren't the dyeable ones, right? That is the problem. These are not the dyeable ones. Meaning, like, literally who gives a shit. Okay, that's probably the best tank. That's probably the best tank one out of those. Like, it actually just looks good instead of just being bulky. That's pretty clean. That is pretty clean. Okay. 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 Yeah, this is like, that's the upgraded version of it. This is like the shit that's actually dyeable. That I would have to actually play like the hard mode versions of these, and I don't want to fucking do that, man. Unsync Savage, pretty easy, I guess. And we have an immediate step down. What is that? What the fuck is this? Are we playing we're playing World of Warcraft all of a sudden? Oh, we're really just playing World of Warcraft all of a sudden. Ooh, that's kind of clean. Aw, oh, fuck, that's kind of clean. Shit. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You know, that's a great thing. And yeah, that's like the beast, a beast or the beast lurks in Pandæmonium. Sick. Yeah, that's fine, man.
聞いてください、オレオさん。大発見ですよ。例の記憶のクリスタルを調べた結果、ついに私にも声が聞こえたんです。
Oh shit. We've had a massive breakthrough after, researching the memory crystal. I finally heard a voice as well.
先生、クローリエン先生、新発見に沸き立つ研究者の悪癖がまた出ていますよ。 いきなりその熱量で喋られても、相手は困るだけです。
Yeah, Claudian, Professor Claudian. You're doing it again. You know, if you... It's like you're excited about the discovery, but, you know, if you just... I mean, it's basically if you just, like, jump down people's throats like that, you know, you'll scare them away. That's embellishing very heavily.
オレオさん、申し訳ありません。研究に突入すると、どうにも周りが見えなくなって。
Oh, I'm so sorry. When I get engrossed in my research, I lose sight of everything else.
先日、政界から現れて、あなたへと警告を発した結晶、何者かの記憶が込められたクリスタルを覚えていますか？
Okay, this is all just recap. We're all in agreement. We literally all just saw this. We can skip. Crystal had memories. Pandæmonium. You went to Pandæmonium. People were being fused with creatures. You and Themis with the first layer, Limbo. You need to go to Purgatory. There's a barrier. You don't know who you're dealing with.
我々もさらなる情報を求めクリスタルを調査しておりました。そしてついに内部の記憶が発していると思われる強い思念を感知することに成功したんですよ。
Okay, this line is actually somewhat important. Okay, Okay, we were investigating the crystal. We finally succeeded, like, detecting a like, strong thought emanating from its, like, internal memory.
の内容を解析したところ、驚くべき事実が判明しました。どうやらこの現代にはもう一つこうしたクリスタルが存在しているようなのです。
Okay, when analyzing the content of this, we uncovered a shocking, surprising fact. Okay, apparently there's another, like, such crystal that has survived or that exists in the present age. Okay, so we need to go get that crystal.
早速私は捜索に出向こうと思います。感知できた思念と同じエーテル波形を探せば、きっともう一つのクリスタルを見つけ出せるはず。
Yeah, I want to go attempt to find it right away. If we, like, lock on to the same etheric wavelength, you know, as the detected thought, we should be able to locate the other crystal.
捜索には我々研究員のみで向かうのですか？それともオレオさんも現代にとどまり私たちにどうこうを？
So are we going to go do this ourselves, or are you going to ask them to, like, stay in the present and assist us?
いえ、オレオさんは再び古代世界へ。事の発端がパンデモニウムであるという点は変わりありませんから。
Okay, no, they'll be going back to the ancient world. It remains true that Pandæmonium is, like, where this all began.
お話を聞く限り、クリスタルタワーからの時間速報は特定の時間分を遡るように固定されている様子。定期的に古代世界の状況を確認しておいた方が良いでしょう。
Huh? Okay, so this is how we're justifying it. That's very convenient and kind of hacky. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, oh, the time travel time travel from the Crystal Tower is, like, set to go back a fixed period of time. So it would be a good idea to periodically check on how the situation is progressing in the ancient world. So it's like the tower is tuned to send you back 5,000 years, and so it's going to send you back 5,000 years from the point in which you are currently at. Therefore, when you go back there, time will have also elapsed very conveniently.
それと、ネムジジさん、ルイ
It's
スノさん、
fine, but
あ
I
なた方
don't
も
like the
ここ
whole
に残っ
time
ていてく
travel
ださい。
thing
これ
still.
まで同様、観測された
I'm not a
創造生物
fan.
の記録をお願いします。
Okay, Nimashiji, Lushino, Luisuno. Looking for you both to stay here as well. Okay, like, continue, like, making records of the encountered creations they encounter.
で
Notes.
では、お一人でクリスタルの捜索に向かうおつもりですか？
Then are you intending on searching for the crystal alone?
ええ、その方が効率的ですから。移動用の飛空艇や飛空士はすでに手配済みですので、ご安心を。後のことは頼みますね。
This is a terrible idea. He says, yes, that's the most efficient way to do things. I've already arranged for an airship, and a crew for transport. No need to worry about me. I'll be sure to take care of things in my absence. Aha! He's off to go do that. Nobody's gonna go stop him. Somebody should probably go stop him.
元より没頭すると周りが見えなくなる人ですが、随分と急いで出立してしまいましたね。
He's always been the type to, lose sight of everything around him once he fixates on something. But he really did. It's like he really was at a hurry to leave this time, especially.
思念を感知してからというもの、ずっとあの調子。自分も記憶の声が聞こえたのがよほど嬉しかったのでしょう。
Wait a second. 自分も Okay, no, it's 自分も not 自分の Yeah, like ever since detecting that thought, he's been like that. I suppose, like, being able to hear the voice of the memories himself. Made him, really made him happy.
ただ私たちは今回も蚊帳の外。前回警告の声が聞こえたのはあなただけでしたが、今回も同様クリスタルの思念を捉えたのは先生だけだったのです。
But, that leaves us out of the loop again. Last time you were the only one who heard the voice. And now the professor was the only one.
まあ、心配はいらないですよ。エーテル波形をたどることで捜索場所も見つけ出せるようですし、きっとすぐに戻ってきますって。
Okay, it looks like you'll be able to find it fairly reliably by following the etheric wavelength. Wait, actually, is that... that is waveform. That really is waveform. We'll be
オ
back
レオさん
soon.
も先生のおっしゃる通り、再びパンデモニウムへと。
Okay, do I
あ
go to
それに
Pandæmonium?
関して実は一つ頼みがあるのです。パンデモニウムへ向かうにはエルピスに立ち寄る必要があるはず。そこで少し調べ物をお願いできませんか？
Okay, I have a favor to ask you regarding that. In order to get to Pandemonium, you're going to have to, pass through Elpis. Could I ask you to look into something while you're there for me?
パンデモニウムに収容された創造生物は世界の役に立たぬと判断された失敗作だそうですが、皆が生まれてすぐ失敗の烙印を押されたわけではないでしょう。
Wait, that's interesting. That the creatures imprisoned in Pandemonium are supposedly failures, deemed to be, useless to the world. But I can't imagine that they were all immediately branded as failed creations the moment they were born.
中には、パンデモニウム送りになる前に、エルピスで生態観察が行われた個体もいたと思うのです。
I believe that some of them would have been observed in Elpis before being sent to Pandemonium.
なるほど。つまり、エルピスで観察記録を調べることで、パンデモニウムに収監されている創造生物の情報がつかめるかもしれないと？
That's actually interesting. By investigating, looking into the, observation records in Elpis, we might be able to obtain some information about the creations imprisoned in Pandemonium, then.
あくまで推測ですが、現地で記録を管理する施設を探してみてください。施設の職員から情報を得られるかもしれません。
This is just conjecture, but... or this is just like a guess of mine, but... see if you can find a facility that, locally houses, observation records. You may be able to gain some information from the staff at such a facility. I don't know if we're gonna make it to the fight. If they're gonna have me do a whole bureaucracy thing. Also, we're not even going to go back via the Crystal Tower. We're just assuming that we're doing this. You probably get one fight in. I think I could tough it out and get one fight. The question is if there's any, complete bullshit mechanics that I'm gonna need to know about for that one. Because I did not look it up. I'm just gonna keep doing that, by the way. Looking up the fights, holy shit, it made it so much easier. So much smoother. So much more fun. If I just know what's going on. The Danger Dorito situation, just follow that. I would like to know what's happening. Honestly, fuck doing anything blind in this. Oh hey, Dennis is here as well. What are you doing here, bro?
おや、まさか。あなたもパンデモニウムに関する記録をこちらのテミスさんからも先ほど同様の依頼を受けましたが。
Oh, you're looking into you'd like to see records related to Pandemonium. I just received a similar request from Mr. Temis here.
どうやら同じことを考えていたようだね。エルピスからパンデモニウムへ送られた創造生物については一通り調べておいたよ。
Okay, yeah, it looks like we had the same idea. I've already looked into some of the creations that were sent from Elpis to Pandemonium.
お知り合いのようですし、再度資料を引っ張り出してくる必要はなさそうですね。他に用事もないようですので、
Okay, it said it appears that you're acquainted with one another, so we could just share the
ここで出会うとは思わなかったが、ちょうどいい。
I'll excuse
向かう
myself.
階段にかけられた封印は無事に解除できた。君の帰還を待つ時間を利用して調べ物をしていたんだよ。
Wasn't expecting to meet you here, but yeah, this is perfect timing. We managed to lift the seal to Purgatory.
パンデモニウムを覆う結界
waiting for you to show up again, we were doing some research.
こちらの防御
I
魔法を
was doing
本
some
気で
research
突破
rather.
しようという動きもなかったのでね。監獄の監視はエリクトニオスに任せてある。
Okay, there's been continued interference on the barrier surrounding Pandemonium as a whole. However, there have been no serious attempts made to penetrate or breach our defensive, our magical defenses. The management and supervision of the prison has been left to Eriktonios.
エリクトニオスも 創造生物を再封印する檻の魔法を単独で発動できるようになろうと修行に余念がないよ。留守番も心よく引き受けてくれた。
Okay, he's been training to be able to use and master the cage spell to reseal creations with the hopes of being able to utilize it independently. He gladly agreed to watch over things while we were away.
そうだな、せっかく二人きりになれたんだ。君も私の調べ物に付き合ってくれないかい？今のうちに私が抱えている疑問を伝えておきたい。
Okay. Now that we're like alone together, would you mind assisting me with my research, or that's more like would you mind joining me in my research? It's like I'd like to pretty much like bounce some questions I've been mulling over with you.
そう時間は取らせないよ。もう一人話を聞きたい人物がいてね。パンデモニウムへの手に装置近くで落ち合うことになっている。
I'll try not to take too much of your time. There's someone else I'd like to speak with as well. We're going to meet near the teleportation device Pandæmonium. Oh, okay. Where is... Oh, god damn it. I still didn't unlock flight. You can't make me. You can't make me unlock flight in these zones, man. I refuse. I will continue to simply be upset at being forced to walk, rather than spend the 45 minutes or whatever it takes to unlock flying. I will say it definitely seems like the story is ramping up and becoming more interesting once we got out of 3 quests worth of just discussing the whole cage thing. You get out of that, and then they start doing some interesting stuff. It's just so much, man. It really did start to approach parody. I hope Davis gives us a recap on that. Yeah, man, I'm really, not 100% on that, honestly, myself. Like, what is the difference between a chain and a cage? Could you tell me, like, in excruciating detail? Yeah, hang on. You mind if I dissociate while you explain to me the difference between the chain and the cage spell? Alright, cool. It's such a pain in the ass, man. I will say, the bird fight was not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but only because I looked up what I was supposed to do. But yeah, like, a lot of it really comes down to, I need to set up a better HUD that has all of, like, the buffs, debuffs, timers, and stuff, like, all in one spot. I don't know how I would do that. I think you can copy just, like, HUD layouts from other people, so I might just try and, like, get one from someone that doesn't suck, so I can actually see what the hell is going on. But, like, you know, there's the problem where you want to have something that makes it so, like, the actual gameplay effects are visible, but you don't want to have something so that on stream it's just, like, you don't even get to see the game and it's just a bunch of icons flashing. You've already got a bunch of screen real estate taken up with the OCR window.
さて、私が気にしているのは、パンデモニウムで出会った者が皆、長官である、ラハブレアに異常なほど執着していることなんだ。
Huh. Okay. Wait, that's interesting. Yeah. What concerns me is that everyone we've encountered in Pandemonium, it seems to have an abnormal fixation or obsession with its director, La Habrea.
君が倒した極卒長ヘスペロスはラハブレアに強く心酔していた。そしてエリクトニオスも同様に父であるラハブレアをひどく憎悪している。
I mean, that is like a sample size of 2, but Hesperos, the warden, was... That's really not what infatuation, like, devoted to La Habrea. Antonios deeply despised his father, La Habrea.
君もだいぶ変わった存在だから理解しにくいかもしれないが、一個人に対してあれほどの思いを抱いている人間は珍しいよ。
Yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting because that's the... them using this omoi. This omoi is again not emotion. This is not just emotion. It's like you're quite the unusual life form. Like you're quite the unusual being yourself. Saying kawatta sonzai is very important there. You know, he says, like, you're an unusual being. You know, he is aware that your state of being, the thing that you are, is odd. Peculiar. Now, it may be difficult for you to understand, however... And again, this dude keeps saying ningen. He keeps saying human. I'm like 100% now that this dude is not human. Like, there's something human. Nobody else has said ningen. This dude wouldn't be using the term human unless he was like something other than human. Nobody else says ningen here. Nobody else in Elpis has referred to people as humans. YouTube is acting up again. It appears to be the case. It will hopefully stabilize soon. Oh no. It's quite rare to find a... like, for humans to have such strong fixations or attachments to an individual. Like, again, you could potentially say, like, feel so strongly, like, to harbor such strong feelings towards one person. But again, it's the omoi there that is not necessarily just emotion. This is like to be in a state of, like, caring about somebody, or, you know, to have that much of, like, your mental energy directed on your sentiment or attachment to them. You know? But I definitely think that the fact that this dude keeps saying ningen instead of shito is very important. And I don't think that they're translating it. Yeah, no, they don't. In the English, this line is, I would not expect a familiar, not what kawatta sonzai means there, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Yeah, so they got rid of both things that are important in the line. He doesn't say that you're a familiar. He knows that that's bullshit. Like, he pretty clearly knows that that's bullshit. And him saying human, specifically, there's no way in hell that's not important. Wait a second, hold on, is this that one kid? Oh, fuck. This is that one kid, right? From the, Ah, shit, what was his name? Yeah, I just remembered him. Fuck. It wasn't a different raid series. It was like the, you know, you do the fights in, the Matairiku. I don't remember the place. Hang on, what is that kid's name? What was his name? Fuck. It ain't shit. It's not that kid? The one who was, like, you know, working for La Habrea? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he was originally from the 13th, but this could be, like, the, you know, this could be the version of him, right? Like, technically everybody has an original version of him. You know? I don't remember the voice. They already had his voice show up, and I just did not remember it. Jaden Smith, that's the one.
私にも当然父母はいるし、個人的な恩義もあるが、それ以上に、この世界に生きる対等な一個人だと認識している。それが私の、いや、世界における一般的な考えだ。
Yeah? Yeah, this is the shit that's interesting. This is the actual interesting shit. And yeah, sorry, YouTube. So, he says here, of course I have parents and I, you know, have, you know, like, owe them, like, personal gratitude. You know, it's like I'm, like, obligated to them, right? However, you know, greater than that, we are all, you know, I see them as equal individuals of this world. You know, that is my, or rather, the general view of, like, those in this world. Like, that's the common sense. He's saying, like, I've got parents, and you know, you're indebted to them for your existence. You have, like, that sort of filial respect. But, you know, we're all just equals in society and the world. That's the general thought process.
それに比べて、パンデモニウムには、ラハブレアに強い感情を抱いた者が集まりすぎているんだ。
Yeah, by comparison, Pandemonium is attracted, yeah. It's like there are far too many in Pandemonium who have, like, incredibly strong feelings towards La Habrea.
他にも、パンデモニウムには異質な点が多くあってね。一度、関係者、ラハブレアインの者に話を聞くべきと考えたのさ。
Okay. In addition, there are many further peculiarities about Pandemonium, and so I believed it was, you know, prudent to speak with someone directly involved. someone from the La Habrea Institute. Oh, shit.
お待たせしました、テミス様。
Wait a second, is that not... For a second there, that looked like exactly like Hermes. Sorry to keep you waiting.
何でもパンデモニウムの調査にあたり、設立当初の事情を知りたいとか？
Okay. It appears is that, like, what, in the course of your investigation of Pandæmonium, you wanted to know more about the circumstances surrounding its establishment?
ああ、すまないね。なぜパンデモニウムがエルピスに併設されることになったのか、その経緯を知りたいんだ。
Oh shit, we suddenly got transported to Mexico. Okay. Heisetsu. Okay. Yes, we'd like to know why, like to hear the details of why Pandæmonium was, like... Heisetsu is, like... Like, directly linked with Elpis. But, you know, it's like the sort of thing of... You know, like if you have a sub-school that gets established that's, like, directly linked with the parent school. Like, they're basically the same thing.
パンデモニウムはラハブレアインの管理下にある施設だ。わざわざ別組織が運営するエルピス直下に建造した理由は一体何なのか。
Pandæmonium is a facility controlled by the La Habrea Institute. So why exactly was... Yeah, it constructed and connected directly beneath Elpis, which is operated by an entirely separate organization.
これまで私はこの立地に利点があると考えていた。エルピスでの観察によって失敗作と判断された創造生物を効率よくパンデモニウムへと送り込めるからだとね。
My assumption up until now was that it was a, like, convenient arrangement. Actually, wait, no, that's like Hang on a second. Is he saying, like, he thought that Elpis was the, like, the parent organization? I think that's actually what he means, potentially. He's either saying that it's, like, convenient, or rather that he thought that Elpis was the actual parent organization. And that is to say that creations that are deemed as failures here, you know, through observation in Elpis, could be efficiently sent to Pandæmonium. Parentheses for further study.
だが、アキラ増員の記録を調べてみて驚いたよ。パンデモニウムに収容されている創造生物の多くは、ラハブレアインをはじめ、エルピス以外から搬出されていたんだ。
Yeah, I think that is what he actually meant. That's a bit, yeah, that's a bit sketch. I think that is what he meant, but that's a bit of a, ooh, that's fairly complicated. Oh, fuck, I don't remember what this is. Ah, fuck, it's like the... I don't remember what I gave for the name of this place. It's like the Creation Administration Archival. You might just say Archival. Looking at the Archival's records, I was quite shocked. Many of the creations housed in Pandæmonium had been transported there from locations other than Oedipus, including directly from the La Habrea Institute.
アキラ増院に残されていた創造生物の情報もごくわずか。これなら最初から院があるアナイダアカデミアの敷地内に建造した方が効率的だ。
Huh. The information on these creations left at the, archival building was also incredibly sparse. With that being the case, it would have been far more efficient to construct Pandæmonium, on the grounds of, Andia Academia, or Anaida Academia. Anaida Academia. Where the La Habrea Institute is
パ
located.
ンデモニウムのこの奇妙な立地はどういうことなんだい？
Ah. Dude, I'm getting, I'm just getting over a cold. My fucking sinus isn't killing me, dude. And what exactly is the reasoning behind this, the strange placement of Pandæmonium then?
長年の運用によって起きたねじれで我々も問題視はしています。しかし施設の性質上移転も難しいのですよ。
Huh. That seems... Wait, yo? Nejire? Nejire is interesting. Did I ever do the dungeon? Which dungeon? Nejire. It's like we're aware of the... I guess you would just say, issues that have arisen from the... over the many years of its operation. However, given the nature of the facility, its relocation would prove quite difficult.
設立当初はあなたのおっしゃる通りでしたとも。パンデモニウムに収監される創造生物の大半がエルピスから送り込まれていました。
When it was first established, it operated, as you said, primarily. The majority of the creations imprisoned there... Well, actually... No, that is imprisoned. Were sent from Elpis.
ですが、次第に状況が変わってきました。そもそもエルピスに送る価値すらないと判断された失敗作にこそ光るものがあると考えられるようになっていったのです。
However, the situation changed gradually over time. The prevailing thought became that koso hikaru mono ga aru to. Huh, that's interesting. That's a very interesting way of putting that. It became the prevailing thought that it was precisely those failed works, those failed creations deemed unworthy of being sent to Elpis, that themselves, in reality, held the most promise. That's a... God damn, this game's dialogue is fucking complicated. But that is an interesting... That's a very interesting way of putting it. They're saying that the things that were deemed unworthy of being even sent to Elpis were were themselves specifically the things that had the most potential. That... Where something truly fantastic might be found.
時代の変遷という言葉で片付けるには大きすぎる変化だな。研究対象を選定しているのは誰なんだ？
And that's quite a large shift in perspective to simply be attributed to a change in the times. Who exactly is it who selects which subjects are to be researched?
ラハブレア様です。本来
Oh
は
wow, I
パン
want
デモニウムの長官
who
が
would have guessed?
選定権を持っていたのですが、現在ではラハブレア様自身が長官職を兼務しておられますから。
That would be Lord Sir La Habrea. Originally, the director of Pandemonium held the right of selection. However, presently, La Habrea himself holds the position of director.
つまり、研究対象の選定に本来の目的とは異なる恣意的な判断を行える者がいるとしたら、現在では長官であるラハブレアだけということだね。
I think maybe we might not want to trigger the alarm bells here like that. In other words, if there is anyone at present who is capable of making arbitrary judgments that deviate from the institution's or from the facility's original objective when selecting research subjects, that would, at present, be Director La Habrea himself. And only him, correct? Again, you see why nobody plays this game in Japanese. Holy shit. Arbitrary judgments that deviate from the facility's originally stated purpose. Fucking hell. I didn't even know Teki, but that is apparently just arbitrary.
何を考えているか知りませんが、実際に施設を運営している極卒長たちの目もあります。ラハブレア様といえど、あまり勝手な真似はできませんよ。
He's immediately on his guard. I'm not quite sure what you're imagining. However, wardens actually, running the facility are always keeping close watch. Even La Habrea himself wouldn't be able to, simply do as he pleased.
極卒長たちは、監獄内に異常があれば、すぐに報告するよう義務付けられておりますから、その連絡も最近は途絶えておりましたが。
I mean, bro. So, yes, the wardens are obligated to report any deviations or abnormalities within the facility immediately. However, that communication has been lost, but
先ほど極卒長の一人からラハブレア院に報告があったそうです。もちろんパンデモニウムに異常なしという報告が。
Recently, a warden has provided a report to the La Habrea Institute. Of course, that there is nothing to report in Pandemonium. It's like Pandemonium is functioning as usual.
それは間違いなく極卒長名義の報告だったのだね。
And you're entirely sure that that report was, issued, was given, it's not necessarily that it was delivered by the person, but rather that it had the name of a warden attached to it, right? It was delivered under their name.
もちろん、一時的に通信が途絶えていたこともあり、ラハブレア院の方でも念入りに確認したと聞いています。
Due to the temporary loss of communications, the La Habrea Institute also conducted a thorough verification, of the veracity of the
貴重な
statement.
情報をありがとう。これで聞きたかったことはすべてだ。
Thank you for your time. That's all we had to ask.
では、私は失礼します。
Really, it
パ
should
ン
be
デ
that's
モニ
all
ウム
I
での
had
調
to
査許
ask.
可はまだ有効なままですが、あまり長期間極卒たちの邪魔をせぬようお願いしますよ。
Now then, please excuse me. Your permission to investigate Pandemonium remains valid, but please do not impede the jailer's work for too long.
煉獄荘であれほどの事態が起きていながら異常なしなど残る2人の極卒長のうち少なくとも一方は事件の黒幕側についているようだね。
Now, with everything happening in limbo, for them to say, situation as usual, at least one of the two remaining wardens, is aligned with the mastermind behind this.
急いで転移装置へ。敵が何を考え報告を行ったのか知らないが、すぐにパンデモニウムへと戻った方が良さそうだ。
We need to hurry to the teleporter. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what they were up to with that report, but I believe we should head for Pandemonium at once. I will say, it's like, it has been kind of a roller coaster, because I remember it being like this for the first bit, too, where it was like, everything here in Elpis was like really interesting and cool, and then we got down into Pandemonium and it just immediately face-planted. So I'm wondering if we're gonna hit a similar roller coaster here, because that was really interesting. Like, all of that dialogue was cool.
パンデモニウムに潜む黒幕がわざわざ極卒長を通じて院に報告を行った意図は私にもわからない。
I have no idea why the mastermind in Pandemonium bothered to deliver a report in the name of a warden.
だが相手が動きを見せた今、このままエリクトニオスを一人残しておくわけにはいかない。何事もないといいのだが。
And now that they've finally made their move, we can't just leave Erictonios there alone. I hope nothing's happened to him. God damn it, is... Oh no, he's just training, he's practicing. Oh shit! What? Is he gonna break? Pokeball go? Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
また失敗か。
Failed again.
魔法陣は描けるようになってきたが、肝心の檻を維持する魔力が残らなくては意味がない。
Okay. It's like what, I've been able to draw the magic circle, but it's pointless if I don't have the power to maintain the cage.
いつか習得できればなんて悠長な考えはもう通じない。これ以上何も失わないためにも。
This is like, I can't just, sit around hoping that I'll figure it out someday. I can't lose anything else.
誰だ。
Who's there? Oh.
ふふ、これは、たとえどれほど非効率な修練法であったとしても、熱心に打ち込む姿は称えるべきか。
This is what, like my, oh my. Like, I must commend your, earnest dedication You know, in spite of how inefficient your training may be.
だが、使い魔に、ここまで接近を許すというのは、いただけない。高みを見上げてばかりでは、周囲の変化が見えなくなるぞ。
Hey, wait a second. Wait a second, what? Wait, Sky Money? That's like, what, allowing a familiar to... Oh, I mean, I'm assuming he's talking about this guy is the familiar he's talking about. Yeah, never mind. I'm just getting kind of tired. Yeah, allowing a familiar to get this close to you is, you know, unacceptable. You know, if you just, like, keep looking up, you won't be able to... You'll lose sight of what's around you. Oh, hey, look, it's the same sort of, like, you know...
その使い魔、
thing
フェネ
that
ク
is,
スの金属だったな。あの魔鳥が封印された今、それを使わすことができるのは。
That's the same thing they were talking about with the researcher guys. Like, oh, if I get, you know, too caught up in my research, I lose sight of what's around me. That familiar, it's, what, like, related to the Phoenix, right? And now that it's sealed away, the only one who could possibly dispatch one of those would be...
推察通り、今喋っているのは、お前たちが追い求める黒幕だよ。変国の制御権を失っては、こうした小物しか送り込めなくてね。直接、出向かぬ比例を浴びるべきかな。
As you've guessed, you're at present speaking with the mastermind you're after. What, having lost control of, like, Limbo? This is the only thing I can manage to dispatch here. Perhaps I should apologize for, you know, my rudeness in not showing myself in person. Or for not
く
coming
だら
in
ないこと
person.
ばかり、ペラペラと。何者かは知らないが、必ず引きずり出して、報いを受けさせてやるからな。
I do kind of like this guy. This is basically just saying, like, shut up with your nonsense. I don't know who the hell you are. Yeah, but I'm gonna find you and make you pay for this. I mean, he says, like, I'm gonna drag you out of wherever you're hiding and make you pay for this.
ふふふ、会話を楽しむゆとりもないか。いかなる時も冷静たることを心がけねば、成功は遠のくと、父は、ラハブレアは、そう教えたはずだが
Ooh. It seems like you're not one for conversation. If, like, one does not remain calm, like, in all... If one does not, like, retain their composure at all times, they will never find success. You know, your father, La Habrea, should have, yeah, taught you that, right? Haha.
余計なお世話、と言いたいところだが、なぜ、その言葉を知っている
You know, I want to say, you know, that's just none of your damn business, but why do you know that?
そいつは、初歩的な魔法すら習得できず、癇癪を起こした幼き俺に、あいつが投げかけた言葉だ。侮蔑の目を向けながら。
Yeah, that's, like, nagekaketa. I guess you would say, like, that's the, like, abuse, you know, he hurled at me. Like, when I was a child and, like, couldn't master basic magic. You know, while looking down on me with contempt.
そうか。 今
get
の
it.
話は、ヘスペロス極卒長にだって話しちゃいない。それに、その持って回った言い回し、お前だったんだな。
I never even told that to Hesperos. Oh, what? And that, like, roundabout way of speaking? It's you, isn't it?
まさかそこまで、と思ってたのに、こんなふざけたことを、よくも。
Ah, ふざけたことを、よくも。Ah, this is always a pain in the ass, but it is fun. What, it's like I never thought you would go this far. You know, I would even go with, like, do something this messed up. Maybe.
お前は、ラハブレやったな。
You're La Habre, aren't you?
やれやれ、ようやく気がついたか。しかし、今さら、気がついたところで手遅れだ。
Oh, you finally noticed. But it's already too late.
な、これは
What?
そう、いつもお前は、遅すぎる。教えの習得も、まさしき理解も、なすべき行いも。
Yeah, you're always too slow. It's like you've always been too late. Like in mastering what you were taught, in like attaining understanding, doing what needed to be done.
偶然の助けを借りて、一度は逃げおせてみせながらも、退くという判断すら、素早く下せず、このような事態を招いている。魔力も乏しければ、知性にも欠けるとは。
Man, they're really just, like, everybody just hates this guy. You managed to, like, escape once with, like, aided by luck. Yet you couldn't even, like, quickly make up your mind to retreat. Leading to where you are now. Yeah, you lack both, you know, magic and intelligence. Well, it's like, what, your magic and your magical prowess and intelligence are both meager, or something like
だが、
that.
しなくとも良いぞ。愚鈍なお前であっても、ここパンデモニウムで行われる価値ある実験の鍵となれるのだから。
I'm sorry, why would you... Wait, huh? Kung? I mean, I guess you would say despair, but... What, like, there's no need to feel disappointed? I guess you would just say despair. I'm sorry, Gudon? What's like, even an imbecile like you can become the key, like, to the like, what, worthwhile experiments being conducted here in Pandæmonium? He does just say, like, an imbecile like you. A fucking moron.
Good. あいにくだったな。俺がお前の期待通りになったことが一度でもあるか?
Actually, that's probably singular experiment, like to the great, you know, worthwhile experiment here in Pandæmonium. Ah, あいにくだったな. What, it's like, what a shame. Have I ever once lived up to your expectations. Have I ever once, like,
今
met
回
the
ばかり
standard?
は役に立ってもらうぞ。それにな、これはお前の望みでもあるのだよ。
Just this once, you'll be useful. And besides, this is what you wanted as well.
俺の望み
What I wanted? Woof.
我が元へ来い。さすれば、すべてを語ろうではないか。その怒りも憎悪も、真実を知らぬが、ゆえの愚虚に過ぎぬ。私たちは、本当は同じ願いを抱いているのだ。
Man, everybody is just really, like... Everybody's just giving this guy so much shit. And, like, come to my side. I shall tell you everything. That anger and hatred you hold are, nothing more than... like, foolish delusions bred of ignorance. In reality, we have the same... We, like... Yeah, share the same desire, the same wish. The hell are you talking about? That's what I'm asking, man.
おお、またもや邪魔が入るとは、悪運だけは強いということか。
Ah, that's a pain in the ass line. Ah, shit. Akun dake wa tsuyoi toyu koto ga. Fuck, that's hard. That's hard. I'm assuming that he's not referring to himself here, I don't think. But I don't think he's saying, like, it would be weird for him to say it seems like as though your luck has run out. I'm not sure. That's one where I would need to ask somebody else. It's like, what, interrupted again? And then that's either he's saying, like, his bad luck. Just his luck, or your luck has run out. I'm not quite sure.
Imi no wakaranu gotakuを並べていたが、聞き入れると思ったか？今の俺には、お前よりも、はるかに信頼できる仲間がいるんだ。
Okay, but dude, oh, no, man, you can't say Imi no wakaranu. I mean, that is, like, meaningless. Like, all this, like, meaningless nonsense you're spouting, did you really think I'd listen? Do you really think I'd care? It's like, what, I've got people by my side now that I can trust more than I could ever trust you.
ふむ、未熟者ではあったが、安心となったヘスペロスを下しただけはある、か。
Ah, 未熟者。It's like he may, while he, inexperienced as he may have been, or like, I don't know if you would say weak, as he may have been, you did manage to defeat, Esperos, who had become a demigod.
ならば、我が息子のことは預けておこう。先に狙うべきものは、あちらのようだからな。
Oh, shit. Man, they're just dragging this guy. Yeah, then I leave my son in your care. Like, the one worthy of my attention seems to be that one. I'm assuming he's talking about you. With the Atsira no yo. I'm not entirely sure, though. That happened to your buddy Eric once? I mean, it's a, you know, I think everybody's got, like, a, you know, every family has, like, a story of at least, you know, like, somebody that's happened to, right? You know, eyeball angel seizing you and attempting to drag you into some other plane of reality. You know, people don't like to talk about it that much, but, it happens.
相手の狙いは何なんだ?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's like, who is he talking about? You know, what is he after? I'm not sure either. So I don't know what to translate it to. It's probably supposed to be vague. Okay. Thank you. Thanks to you. Coming here, I didn't get, like, kidnapped, taken away.
それと聞いてほしい。あの使い魔を極卒長を創造生物を操っている黒幕の正体が分かったんだ。
And hear this. I need to. It's like I need to tell you something. I know who the mastermind is. The one controlling that familiar. The warden. All the creations. Yeah, it's La Habrea. It's La Habrea, dude. Okay, so here's the thing. I kind of wanted to do another fight, but we're running very late. How long would it be to do one fight? What's the next quest name? Like, this is like, yeah, they meet in purgatory. The fight would be like no time at all. If there's any cutscenes, that's a different matter. Yeah, that's the problem. Right. I think I'm gonna call it there just because this is like an actual natural stopping point. But I mean, I think there was more interesting dialogue in that section in Oedipus than I thought that there would be. The stuff that they were talking about with, like, the organ... What a ridiculous thing that I'm about to say. The things they were talking about regarding the organizational structure of Pandæmonium and Elpis were far more interesting than I was expecting. Fucking hell, man. What a ridiculous sentence. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me for right now. I think we'll be able to make a bit, like, faster progress next time, but I would say, like, there was a strong dip in the center there. But I'm right back to being invested and interested, actually. It's weird. Like, the writing here seems very hit or miss. I do hope that they, like, catch their stride here. Because I do think that all of this stuff, so, like, you know, following that has been actually really damn good. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me for right now. Remember to like, sub, etc. And I will see all of you on Wednesday. Peace.